Good morning, bam, we're live.
And just like that.
It, uh, I, the when you were on a couple days ago. By the way, thanks for coming on again.
Sure, of
And your
course.
black eye hasn't healed.
No, it's healed enough, but it's still a little.
I saw this. We talked about a Supreme Court decision a few days ago. I forget the name
Yes.
of it.
Well, we're talking about the immunity. It's Trump versus the United States, the Trump immunity case. And by
Right.
the way, I have 2 notes I want to append to that, but go ahead.
Please.
Great.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, well, so I was reading up on it some more and just kind of letting it marinate. And Jeff Childers, who writes, he's an attorney who writes Coffee and COVID blog, kind of Substack blog, and he's a very thoughtful guy. I've actually been to some CLE with him. I was a moderator at something that he was speaking at.
What's CLE stand for?
Continuing legal education.
Wait. People are saying they can't see me. Can you guys hear me? We can't see Sevon. Wait, really? Can you see me now?
I see you. You were a little kind of pixelated, but whoa.
Just kind of like, can you guys see me now? I'm at Sevon. Oh, people are saying that I'm out. Can you guys hear me? We can't see you, but can hear you, but can't see me. Interesting.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know why.
How about now? There you are. Now I'm back. Yes, I think this is yes. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the peekaboo. Okay, Jeff Childer.
So Jeff Childers hosts. He writes the Coffee and COVID kind of blog. It's one of the bigger ones, and he said something that I thought was really interesting. It really flips this whole thing on its head. So everybody's screaming that Trump's got immunity. He can go out and commit crimes. He can order his rival to be assassinated, and all of that is just 100% flaming bullshit. It's just a complete lie. And in fact, Childers points out, I think correctly, that this, if you really think about this, for 250 years, presidents have had de facto immunity. No president has ever been prosecuted. Trump's the first. No one has ever been prosecuted for something they did while in office. So up until 46, I guess he was 46 president. For example, FDR interned the Japanese, locked them up in prisons.
Democrat, by the way, Democrat.
Of course. And nobody he's the progressive patron saint, the worst of all presidents, arguably. And FDR locked the Japanese up in jail. No one thinks that was legal. No one thinks that. I mean, the Supreme Court has specifically ruled it was illegal. Did anybody ever go back to prosecute FDR? Of course not. And you can go through history and look at all these things, Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. I mean, all these things that were done by presidents, and pick from either party. It doesn't matter. And what Childers points out is that for 250 plus years, roughly 200, call it 240 years, for 240 years, no one ever dreamed for a moment that you could prosecute the president once he left office for those things. No one ever, not ever, was that ever done. So the Democrats smashed through all of that, what amounted to a tradition of de facto immunity for presidents for 235 years or whatever it is. And then they decided they're going to go after Trump while he's running against their guy. So Childers points out that what's really happened is actually quite the opposite. We now have a Supreme Court opinion, because they were forced into it, that basically sets forth how you can prosecute a president now. The Supreme Court has now said, hey, there's official acts that are covered by, and they've got, it's sort of this 3-part test. They've got official acts that are listed in the Constitution. Those get absolute immunity. You got things that are sort of not listed in the Constitution, but that are normal prerogatives of being the executive of the country. And those get presumptive immunity. And then there's stuff out here that's unofficial acts, and those outside of your authority, and those get no immunity, and you could be prosecuted for it. And so you now have a Supreme Court opinion that explicitly says we can prosecute presidents. And Childers points out the real winners in this might be the American people. It's the first time in our history that the Supreme Court, has put a check on what's amounted to the imperial presidency. And so I think, all the people freaking out about this have got it exactly backwards, which is pretty much standard for them. So if you hear people screeching about, oh, this means the president can do whatever, it couldn't be more wrong. You couldn't possibly have it more backwards. So that's number one. And then number two worth looking at that I started to mention, and we got a little distracted, but it's really worth. And this is the thing that This is why, I'll tell you, this is why you have people screaming about the other aspects of the opinion, is because nobody wants you to read Clarence Thomas's concurrence. And Clarence Thomas's concurring opinion goes out of its way to point out that Jack Smith, the guy who has been prosecuting Trump, the special prosecutor, Clarence Thomas writes in what amounts to a syllabus that, hey, this guy's not even properly appointed. He wasn't appointed pursuant to the Appointments Clause. He's not. He doesn't. The special prosecutor statute lapsed. Both parties let that lapse, so there is no more special prosecutor statute. That's gone. So he can't be appointed pursuant to that. And so Clarence Thomas just basically told the world. He essentially adopted what Ed Meese and a couple other former attorneys general had written as an amicus brief in the Trump national security case down in Florida in front of Eileen Cannon, Judge Cannon down there. Thomas points out that this guy's not even properly appointed.
I think I saw that in some congressional hearings also.
Yes.
Where he's not properly appointed. It's not.
No, he's just some dude that Merrick Garland hired, off the street to come in and prosecute his political enemy. And so Thomas points out, like, hey man, this guy's not even this. Forget all this stuff about immunity. He's like, I agree with all of that presidential immunity, but this guy's not even properly appointed. Like, what is going on here? And so what it did was it essentially shot a torpedo into a broadside into the classified documents case. And so nobody wants to talk about it. So you get all this screeching. Whenever you hear people screeching, particularly in the media and around a political issue, and you hear them screeching about something, you can be certain of two things. One, whatever it is they're screeching about is almost assuredly not what they're screeching, number one. And number two is it's always a distraction from something else. This is the misdirection by the magician. This is how you get people looking the other way. And that's because they don't want people looking at Thomas's concurrence. Because if anybody takes a look at Thomas's concurrence, you'll immediately go, oh shit, Jack Smith's not even properly appointed. These prosecutions fundamentally are this is Biden going. I mean, we're in Venezuela land. We're in Banana Republic. We've got the sitting president hiring some guy for lawfare to go after his political rival because he thinks he's going to lose the election. I mean, we're in full-on Banana Republic territory.
Dale, if I'm a president and I get caught speeding and they say, "Where are you going?" and I said, "Fuck, I need ice cream bad," that's not in a capacity of my job, and I get the ticket. If I say if I'm speeding and I'm late to a meeting with Vladimir Putin,
right,
I'm good to go. Is basically is basically this law.
Yes.
Because the ice cream is for me and just my sugar addiction. Well, can I show you a video here real quick? And
sure.
It does look like I'm having some my internet speed for some reason this morning is low. Hopefully this plays well. Tell me if this guys tell me guys if this plays well. But this is something that I heard. Is it illegal to threaten someone to kill them?
Well, yeah. I mean, between you and me, if I were somewhere and it has to be sufficient to constitute a threat, but yeah, it's an assault.
Okay. But if you did it to save the country as the president, that's where you would get the immunity.
Yeah, arguably that's this you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Let me play this clip and you tell me if this is illegal, what Trump did or not here.
When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal. Mm-hmm. Meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
So you show a guy, you tell a guy, I'm going to kill you. You show a picture of his house. That's a pretty legit threat, right? You present that to a jury.
Yeah. On the other hand, it's conditioned on, hey, as long as you don't touch any Americans, I won't. So you could argue that it's a conditional threat. Conditional threats have always been viewed as kind of, if the condition's not fulfilled, then there's no threat.
But the argument would be like, hey, our president needs this power. These guys are known killers. They're sawing people's heads off on TV. They're murdering women. They're blowing up buildings. And so, like, basically, without this decision, could Trump or any president be charged?
I would say no. Traditionally, again, for 240 or 235 years or whatever, no one had ever dreamed about prosecuting a former president. And so, I mean, Obama drone struck and killed an American citizen, not on the battlefield, without any due process, just made the decision and killed an American citizen. And when confronted about it, was sort of, eat shit,
Intentionally, he did that? Intentionally?
What do you mean intentionally, dude?
It wasn't
a Hellfire missile. Look up Anwar al-Awlaki, AWLA. I'll give the Beaver a heads up here. You know what I'm talking about, Beaver, right?
Yep.
So it wasn't like it was a collateral damage. He went after an American citizen.
No, it's an American citizen. There you go. Anwar al-Awlaki was a U.S. citizen.
Wow.
Look at how they describe him, though. Look at Wikipedia trying to carry water for Obama.
Is he a bad guy?
Yeah, he was. Arguably, although
they call him a jihadist.
Yeah, they call him a jihadist, an American Yemeni. You notice how they give him hyphenated citizenship and all that. But then they go on. Al-Awlaki became the first U.S. citizen to be targeted and killed by a drone strike from the U.S. government.
Would that be just calling him African American?
Yeah, look at him. Born in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Wow.
Two parents from Yemen.
Yep. Nobody ever wants to talk about him. He's a U.S. citizen, born in the
Hey, and listen to this. He's supportive of violence, but it doesn't say he does any violence.
No, right. I'm supportive of violence, too.
Wow. And the government tried al-Awlaki in November of 2010 for plotting to kill foreigners and being a member of Al-Qaeda. Judge ordered that he be captured dead or alive.
A Yemeni judge. Not a U.S. judge.
Oh, right. Wow. U.S. deployed unmanned aircraft in Yemen to search for and kill him, firing at and failing to kill him at least once.
Yep.
Damn.
So did anyone? I mean, you can look up. There's a website devoted to how many people Obama killed by drone strike. He is President drone strike, no question. When I was in Afghanistan trying to get a drone strike authorized, you can't believe how hard it was. I couldn't get it. It was very, 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 very difficult to get. And this was in the early part of the war. Obama took over, and it's funny. He was a lot of it to me at the time. It struck me that Obama was overcompensating. This was one of those. I'm going to prove how. Obama embraced the drone. Yeah, then Bush got a total of 563. Yeah, 57 under Bush and 560, so a 10x.
Wow.
Obama did 10 times the number of drone strikes. And it's a weapon of terror, by the way. Drone strikes are a weapon of terror. No, don't let anybody tell you differently. If you were walking along the street and a Hellfire missile just arrived at an intersection and destroyed a carload of people, you would be traumatized for the rest of your fucking life. Justifiably so. The new ones they have, the new Hellfire terror weapon that they use off the drones is the knife version. Have you seen that, Beaver? You know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
So instead, in order to eliminate, to try and minimize casualties, so-called collateral damage, the Hellfire missile, and by the way, I know a lot about Hellfire because I used to fire it off my aircraft, so I'm not just talking out my ass. The Cobra used to carry Hellfire missiles, so I have fired a number of AGM-114 Bravos or whatever, but yeah, I know exactly what that fat little missile looks like. It's a laser-guided bomb. Yeah, that's it right there. You're pointing to it, the Flying Ginsu. That's it. So the new version, instead of using the old Hellfire missile, carried a little bit of a composite B, high explosive, and would hit something, come down. It comes down right on the top, and it is a big kaboom. The pressure wave is unreal. The new one, what it does is it's got no explosives, so it's almost an inert missile, except right before impact, it spits out the side these knife blades. And so what you have is you'll and there's some, yes, there it is.
Oh my God,
dude.
Yes, there
That's a
it
big
is.
old fuck you.
And so there's no explosive. There's just the sheer force of that missile, which is a couple hundred pounds, just coming down. Knife blades pop out, foop, and it basically just, I mean, they've used it, and you can find some video of
I've
yeah,
seen cars after they've been hit where it
oh
just
God,
cuts
it's
into 'em.
horrific. I mean, it basically spray paints everybody who's in the car all over the place.
Well, it's
And
pretty precise, right? Like it's not gonna. There's not a lot of
yeah,
collateral
there's,
damage.
you know,
What
you're
do
not going to get everybody at the intersection kind of thing.
Right.
But my point is, if this happened in an American neighborhood, you would be horrified. We would be seeking war crimes against anybody who did this to an American. But we were doing it. Obama has, you know, and U.S. government policy they've been doing this in, you know, places all over the world. I had people, folks, you know, folks I knew, sources who used to come in from Pakistan, and they would say, they would talk about the terror of the drones over the FATA, over the federally administrated tribal areas, which is the area, the mountainous area that is the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And they would talk about how, you know, you can hear the drones and you can hear them overhead. And we had those things running constantly. And so we were terrorizing an entire population of people. And then we can't, you know, and then people tell you, no, we're not creating more terrorists. No, of course not. Like, you wouldn't be bummed out if there was that constant buzzing every time you stepped outside.
And you can't see it.
And you can't see it. You can hear it.
You have no idea what it is.
Yeah. And it's just a matter of, yeah, there it is. There's pieces of it. Some of various, like Janes and some other folks. Yeah, there it is. Right there.
Wow.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. Imagine you're just standing at an intersection waiting to cross the street, and there's a car at a light. Wow.
There's something so primitive about that.
It's savage. It is absolutely unrelentingly shoot. Yeah. And it comes down but imagine it comes down that the hellfire comes down almost a little more straight than that. It really does. It comes down almost vertical, almost 90 degrees perpendicular. Yeah. Kablamo. Look at it. Yep. There you go. There's your government.
It's basically just like a targeted guillotine.
Yeah, kind of, right. Yeah, a little bit.
And it can do tanks too.
Well, that's originally what the missile was for. With like high explosives, it comes down right on top of the tank, which is where it's weakest, where it's hardest to reinforce to make so that's why the hellfire. I used to have some video that, you know, from gun camera footage of shooting tank hulks out at 29 Palms. It's devastating. So in any event, that's been going on, right? Obama did that and laughed in the press's face when they asked. He said something to them one time. His famous quote was, "I guess I'm good at killing people. Who knew?" or something like that. He just laughed in their face.
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, he wanted to be gangster. He wanted to show everybody how tough he was, which seems now in retrospect, given everything we know, seems like an awful lot of overcompensation. But in any event, no one's talked about, you know, going after President drone strike, and yet arguably now, in light of that Supreme Court decision, that's on the table. But anyway, that's all. That's
and Trump specifically was regarding which account his payment came to out of to Stormy Daniels, right? Is that his criminal? He was being charged with which account his money came out of?
The crime he is charged with is that the 37 counts is the 37 different times there were on the checks that his accountant paid his lawyer and listed the payment as legal fees. And the lawyer, being Michael Cohen, claiming that no, those weren't legal fees. That was really the payoff for Stormy Daniels. So the claim is that calling the payment to Cohen, the lawyer, legal fees in the block is the lie. That's the lie. Because really that was meant to pay off Stormy Daniels, which of course is not illegal. You could pay
Of course
off.
not. Right.
It's completely legitimate.
Give
to
you
have,
money not to tell on me for something.
Yeah, just,
like
I'm
not to
gonna pay
tell
you
my
to-
wife that you saw me jerking off at the
Right.
whatever amusement park.
Non-disclosure agreements are perfectly legal, and taking money to like, okay, I'll keep your secret if you want me to shut up, sure. And taking money for that is perfectly legal. So there's nothing illegal about any of that. It's that they're saying what was a misdemeanor under New York law for basically not properly annotating your books, they converted that into a felony by saying that this second-class misdemeanor under New York law had as its object a violation of a federal law, and that converts it into a felony. And then, of course, the federal law that they say it was violating, they said that the jurists could decide on their own what that was. They didn't even have to agree. In other words, 4 people could say he was violating election law, and they gave the government in the prosecution in that case gave several different theories about what could have been the underlying crime, and they didn't try and prove it. Maybe you could think maybe it was an insurrection. I don't know. Find him guilty or whatever you want.
How much was the total amount of the payments?
Not much. It was a few $100,000, I think.
And what would be the superficial implications of putting it or financial, sorry, not superficial, financial implications of having it come from the wrong account? Is it some sort of tax deduction?
No, the point would be that there isn't really any, he didn't do anything wrong. 130,000 is what I thought. And it was less than 200,000.
It's crazy because the only thing why does the government care which books you say it came out of? I would always think it would be just for financial reasons. Like if I go out to lunch with you, I can claim it's a business expense. If I go out with my kids, I can't. And so there's some sort of tax implication. Is that the...
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could, like, that is he paying taxes? But no, it doesn't seem to be the case, because none of that's taxable income. Again, remember, this isn't a federal crime. They didn't charge him with any of that. This is a New York specific, a New York bookkeeping law that's a misdemeanor that they pumped up with like steroids to make it a felony by saying that he did it in order to influence the election. In other words, all the other reasons, yeah, I know. Somebody else is going to say, yeah, I know. He gave her $850,000 to drop her sexual call. Yeah, using tax.
Is that true? Bill Clinton in 1998 used $1 million of taxpayer money?
Yep. There's a fund. Congress actually has a slush fund that and somebody's been, Rand Paul, you'll hear Thomas Massey occasionally trying to get some, but there's like a $14 million congressional slush fund that they use to pay off sexual harassment, sexual assault allegations of congressmen.
And you could easily argue that that's for the safety of the country. I mean,
that's there. Of course, when it's them, it's a perfectly legitimate thing. When it's the person they don't like, it's clearly criminal. There's no logic. There's no principle. The only principle is power. That's it. That is the principle. Trump can't do it because he's the orange Cheeto.
Did you see Biden went for the spray tan?
I know, that seemed the strangest thing to me. I was like, what?
Who advised that?
Yeah, what? That doesn't seem like a wise choice. Why is that? I mean, are they kidding?
Add those chemicals to the cocktail.
Maybe that's what it is. That's what's holding him together. That's just a glue.
So
then we move on to the other. Maybe what's the greatest. So if the Trump immunity case is, as Jeff Childers and I agree with him 100%. Is right. We've now cabined the executive. Maybe these guys will actually have to think about these kinds of things. Maybe we won't have President drone strike anymore. If people presidents have to consider that I could be prosecuted. Maybe we'll get some more reasoned and constitutional behavior. But the better decision, the best of all of the decisions to come out of this last, the week prior, was absolutely the one you hit me up about, the Loper-Bright decision. That's one that has direct implications for cases I'm involved in now. And man, a lot of us who fight the administrative state, who've been, fighting against government agencies for a long time, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened for us. We've been dying for this for a long time.
Before you go into this, what's so important? There's a couple things that hit me really strong about this. Yesterday, I just typed in CNN, Chevron, and I listened to all the liberal opinions on the case, and I watched about 6 or 7 videos on it, and not one of the liberal, not ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, not one of them ever mentions the Constitution. which was fascinating to me.
You will
They
hear
just kept
nothing.
using the word expert. And if there's anything that Greg has beat into me, especially through COVID, the experts are not supposed to make the laws. They're supposed to give us their observations and what they think. And then we have people who we have a system in place to make the laws. And all of the liberal news pieces I saw all basically said we should be letting the experts decide for us. And we saw where I think I've heard it many times now, but the biggest catastrophe ever to happen to the United States of America was the food pyramid. And I think that there's a pretty good argument for it, for basically all the mental disorders it's caused, all the obesity, the huge financial strain it's put on the economy, that basically it's a disaster. And that was done by an agency. So anyway, for those of you who don't understand, hopefully Dale can explain it better than me, but do you want to tell us about this decision?
It's a great decision. And what's interesting is it's been signaled for quite some time. Thomas and some of the other conservative justices have been saying for a while now, signaling in opinions, that they were basically waiting for the proper case to get in front of them. And the conservative, I don't even call them conservative, but the call them the right
constitutional majority, the ones who believe in the Constitution. Yeah.
They have signaled for a while that if a proper case came up on Chevron, that they were going to burn Chevron down. And I don't really think they did that badly. I mean, they do it under the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, rather than the Constitution. But the essence of it is there was this 1976. The way it comes up is this: there's this Magnuson-Stevens Act, and it governs commercial fishing up to 200 miles offshore. And the whole idea was, it was passed in 1976, and the idea was, hey, we couldn't have people commercial fishing, overfishing certain areas. And so Congress passed this act to govern there you go. And it's managed by the National Marine Fisheries Service, I think. National Marine Fisheries Service regulates the MSA, the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And it falls under the Department of Commerce, which is headed by, at the time, Gina Raimondo, former governor of Rhode Island, I believe. And so they had these plans, and the Stevens Act basically said, like, the NMFS could set up these plans, and it would require that there be observers on the boat, so that commercial fishing vessels would go out. They had to take an observer with them. That could be part of the plan. It basically busted up the United States into 8 regional fishing areas. So there's like the Northeast, there's the Pacific Northwest, there's down in the Gulf. And so there's these 8 regional boards that look out for these areas of fishing. And one of the statute itself was very specific that folks up in the Northwest, which is the most profitable area for commercial fishing, that they would have to, in that area, they would have to pay for their own observers, or they would have to pay for the government observers to be on the ship. And that could be no more than 2 to 3%. That cost could be no more than 2 to 3% of the value of the fish that they were taking in. And it only applied up in the Pacific Northwest, and largely because that's the only area where it's the most profitable of all the fishing sources, right? Fast forward a few years, and
so basically, you and I could have 2 fishing boats, and the government could force us to pay 2 to 3% to have someone come aboard our boats while we fish every morning. Yep.
To monitor. So we choose the form of your destructor. We have to pay for the government's observer to stand there and watch us fishing and make sure we're not violating the law, or we didn't get fish too small, or whatever it is, right?
Right.
So. But that only applied in the Pacific Northwest, and it specifically didn't apply to any of the other 8 regions. So fast forward, and the agency that's regulating it now decides that they're going to apply that rule to the Atlantic side. And so these Atlantic herring fishermen are like, hey, and it turns out, they have to hire their own, this guy to come on and be an observer. It's at the cost of $710 a day, which is about 20% of the fish value. So these guys are like, hey.
And by the way, when you're saying this decision was made, this wasn't made by the voters. This wasn't made by Congress. This wasn't made by the courts. This decision was made on on citizens like us who fish for a living by some agency.
Yep.
Like, hey,
And so-
we now can come we can now board your boats. No, sorry. We now, if you want to go fishing, we will be on your boats and you will pay for it.
And you will pay for it.
Yeah.
And so these guys are like, hey man, this is costing us the entirety of, our, like, if we don't catch the fish and we're paying you, like, what if we don't catch fish? Now we're paying $710 a day. It's not 20% of the value. It's everything. It's the whole, I mean,
and they had to provide like a cabin for them, a bathroom for them.
Yeah, all that. They got to feed them. I mean,
they had to pay them, feed them. Yeah, all that shit. Yeah,
right.
Crazy
So
story.
they're responsible for these guys while they're out there. We joked for a while. A few of us, joking. I promise. We were like, yeah, I'll take some observers on board. And then how many times would you come back and be like, they fell overboard? How many times before they were like, okay, you're not taking any more observers?
Right.
I'd be like, yeah, they went. Oh, it was a tragedy. They went right overboard. I tried to throw them a preserver. Here, hello, come on.
Sailor.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want from us? Well, anyway, so these guys.
Hey, dude, can you imagine they give you a dude in a fucking wheelchair who's 412 pounds and 62 years old to be your fucking observer? Like that's where it's headed, right? You have to comply and have a ramp and a heater for him and a place where he can shoot up his insulin. I mean, it's just fucking nuts.
Dude, I would be the first one. I'd be like, I volunteer to roll that guy's wheelchair. Please let me do it. I'll be the guy
on the ramp. Yeah, crazy.
But so these guys sued and they consolidated. It was a couple of cases. Loper Bright Enterprises was one of them, but there was a couple other ships and they all sued and said, hey, this is horseshit. And of course they lost, and they lost because they lost in the district court, and they lost in the DC district court on appeal, and they kept losing. And they lost because of the Chevron doctrine. And there was this case, Chevron, that basically said that the courts would have to defer to agency interpretations of the law and
have to defer. That's the key point here. After I researched this, they have to defer. So Congress makes the law. The courts are supposed to interpret the law, but the court had now outsourced that legally to agencies. So if even if a judge is like, hey, this is crazy, these guys are all going to go out of business and there's no sign of this helping accomplish your goals, whatever they are that the observers are supposed to accomplish, this is a bad deal. Judge couldn't do it. They had to defer to these agencies.
Well, and the other thing it did was it allowed judges, it gave judges, essentially Chevron deference became the easy out for judges who don't want to do any hard work. So if you're just like, oh, I don't want to deal with vaccine safety, like, man, I don't, these guys are the experts, and it gave every judge, it essentially was a full-fledged abdication of the judicial role. And a lot of us who've been fighting agency actions, like crazy, shitty agency actions for a long time, it's been maybe the most frustrating thing, because that the agency's acting illegally. They're doing something they're not supposed to be doing,
and they're captured, right? No one on either side is arguing that this. I just looked at all the board members of the CDC. Holy shit!
Oh god.
The CDC, FDA, EPA, they've all been captured, but meaning they're being run by private corporations.
They're being run by the exact folks that are supposed to be regulating. We
have the fox in the hen house.
Yes, I say it this way. I think it's better to think of the FDA. The FDA is not a regulator. The FDA is a vaccine company with regulatory powers.
Right.
The FDA has. It's like giving.
Half its budget comes from vaccine. Big pharma.
Yes, they're big chunk of it. Yes.
Going back to the fishing thing, is there any evidence? This is just a complete side note. I know it's not relevant, but is there any evidence that it was big commercial fisheries that were trying to push this through to put the small guy out of business?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked that deeply, but it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Right. That makes sense.
In every other case, and everywhere else you look, it always turns out to be this, that the people who are most able to absorb big regulatory changes and costs, regulatory burdens, the folks most able to handle that are large commercial interests that already exist. Just like you could use the example with farming. Who's better able to absorb a new regulatory cost, a small single family farm or a giant behemoth, ConAgra? And the answer is always, of course, ConAgra is. This is how the steel mills went. You can find in every case where there's regulation of an industry, who do you think they asked to, who do you think the government, the congressman asked to come in and write the regulations? Where do those lobbyists get those regulations
The
from?
steel industry themselves.
Right, the largest players. Who can afford to hire people and lawyers and lobbyists to spend tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars and pay off congressmen and help pay for their reelection? Who can afford that? The small guy, the mom and pops? No, of course not. Of course not.
And that's what happened with COVID, right? They listened to the experts and they did not listen to the judges. They didn't follow the Constitution. They didn't listen to the judges, the political leaders. They just listened to the experts. And you can go on the CDC website, and it's very simple to understand. You never a vaccine had never, even though it's not a vaccine had never been deployed in the middle of a pandemic. Ever. Not during the polio pandemic, not during measles. And there's a clear rule and explanation why you will exacerbate the problem if you deploy a vaccine during the pandemic. You only give it to the most vulnerable. And then they always end in riots. Like pandemics or lockdowns always end in riots. So you don't do lockdowns, but you never lock down healthy people. You only lock down. They had something in place, but because the agencies didn't want that, they just ran over all that and put all that shit in place.
And then the courts go, for those of us who are fighting in the courts, I'll give you a great example of this.
And same with the food. One more example. Same with the food our kids ate in school.
Yeah.
The food pyramid. The food pyramid was once again, the agencies put that in place. And then our kids were fed poison.
And then this is where you get things like you get an agency determination that pizza is a vegetable. And then the courts just go, sounds good to me.
Because of tomato sauce? That actually did happen, right?
Yes.
It was the vegetable on the kids' menu. Insane.
Yes. Yeah. And so, and that's what you get. And so that's a concrete example of that. What happens is you get absurd agency interpretations, and a judge looks at that and goes, well, I can either get in a fight with the agency, and this is going on and on. And then with Chevron deference, it would likely be that the appellate court would say, well, you always had an out. You could never go wrong as a judge by deferring to agency interpretation. So what this decision has done, practically speaking, you take it outside of the fishery context, but just broadly. And by the way, it's already been used once. You're gonna love.
Oh, really?
This.
And by the way, the Chevron law, I looked up. It's been cited 18. It's given agencies power in over 18,000 incidents that have gone to court that people have tried to push back and lost over 18,000 times, saying no, the agency gets to decide.
Yeah, and it feels like I was a part of about 15,000 of those. Not true,
Jesus.
but God, it feels like that. I've been suing, government for a long time, and in the cases where we were successful, the one time, the big case, the anthrax vaccine case in Doe v. Rumsfeld, was because we had a former head of CBER come in and said the agency's doing crazy shit, and the judge was like, "Hey, I'm not deferring to the agency," but we got lucky. But in 99% of the cases, it's always, well, we just defer to the agency. The agency knows what they're doing. We're just a bunch of judges. And you could never go wrong. Well, what this decision says now is on matters of law, when it comes to interpreting the law, judges are not free to defer to anyone. That the whole point of having judges look at cases is you're supposed to tell us what the law means, dipshit. And the
way I understood it, Dale, from the research I did last night, and I didn't do much, just a couple hours watching videos, that they can still defer to the agency. But it's not required now. The judge can make its own decision, whereas before it was required that they defer.
Yes, but now it's also what they would have to do is this on matters of law, on interpreting an ambiguous statute. Now the judge has to make his own independent assessment.
Right. Okay, right.
And so what that means is that now judges are on the hook, and more importantly, now it means if you're going to adopt the agency's idiotic take, then you're on the hook for it. And what that means is, again, I come back to practical considerations. Like I'm very much a pragmatist, and because of being a practitioner of law right now. What it means is this: whereas before a judge knew he could get away with just adopting whatever an agency said whole cloth, now he's on the hook for that. And what is the one thing that judges hate more than anything else in their whole existence? What's something a federal judge would hate more than anything else? Being overturned by an appellate court. There's nothing more humiliating than you're a judge, right? And you write this lengthy opinion about why this is this, and oh, you plaintiff, you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. This is the law. No judge, and I can imagine. I mean, it's not hard to imagine being a judge and getting overturned would be an absolutely. I mean, that's a humble pie of a sitting. You know, that's a rough thing because you're out there publishing decisions for the whole world. You know, everybody potentially anyway, anybody who practices in that area sees it. Now imagine that an appellate court comes down and goes, "That's stupid," you know, and you're like, you just got pantsed in front of the entire school. I mean, it's not a good feeling. And so what Chevron did was it gave judges a crutch for a long time. And now that crutch has been taken away. And so, by the way, you want a real concrete, I told you that it's already been used.
Yes.
So this issue already came up. The Biden agency that interprets Title IX legislation had said that gender means that it means when it was passed, that when the Title IX regulations were passed in 1972, they wanted a reinterpretation to say that men are women. So the whole Troon cult and getting men in, you know, Lia Thomas, Will Thomas to be able to compete against Riley Gaines and all that was based on I think it's EEOC, I'm not sure, but reinterpreting Title IX regulations to say that gender identity is what they meant when they put in the protections against gender discrimination. And so they reinterpret it. Well, that case went in front of several judges now. And most recently, like right after the Loper-Bright decision came out, the district court judge enjoined the Biden administration from interpreting the Title IX regulations as being, you know, gender identity as being included within gender in the 1972 law, and cited right to the Loper-Bright decision and said, we don't owe this agency. I don't owe them any. Yeah, there it is right there. Department of Education. That's who it is. Department of Education.
And they don't use the word gender. They use the word sex, right?
Yeah, no, they're using gender identity. Now look at it. Consistent with their gender identity, violate Title IX. And so this most recent case, a bunch of courts have said, hey, these Title IX interpretations are entitled to no deference under the new Loper-Bright.
Was it an agency that was giving the interpretation?
Yes, it was the Department of Education's interpretation of Title IX.
Wow.
Said that we could have.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so now the Loper-Bright decision it came out the other day, and last week, like as soon as that decision was out, some enterprising judge, I forget where in Missouri, I think. No. Yeah, it might have been Missouri or Louisiana, somewhere down there, like Mississippi. District court judge there was like, yeah, these regulations are enjoined. This is garbage. This isn't entitled to any. I'm not giving this any deference at all.
Dale is the quintessential Marine. His head looks like it could go through a cinder block.
Hey, how do you know that? Actually, that's true. It could go through a cinder block. I got in trouble in college for putting my head through a wall. That got me thrown out of housing.
Dale, there was this is falling into the weeds, but I want to ask you about this.
Sure.
And I'm probably not going to explain it well, so you're going to have to re-explain it.
That's right.
Originally, with the Chevron decision in 1984, if you took a case to court and you had the statute of limitations was 6 years.
Oh, yeah, that's the other part of
it. And I can't even believe it used to be the old way.
Yeah.
Could you explain that?
So the old way was this.
I mean, that's crazy shit they used to have in place.
Yeah. And it happened a lot. So the old way was this. If the regulations, suppose after Chevron, if the regulations, say the Department of whatever, Education and whoever, passed some regulations, some interpretive regulations, and they said, we think this means this. And it has no impact on your...
Once again, not Congress, not the courts, not the voters, just some random fucks like Fauci just working in an office somewhere, taking money from Pfizer, which they did. Okay.
Right. The hired help.
Yes.
So
the swamp, by the way, too. When we hear drain the swamp, that's those swamp. People. That's the swamp, right? The people who are truly ruling us.
Yes.
Okay.
And so What happened was, suppose that you're going on with your life. You have no idea and no reason to have any idea that these regulations, they have no impact on your life. Now, let's suppose that suddenly you become a marine fisherman 8 years later. And you're like, yeah, I want to go into commercial fishing. And you start doing it. And, you're a commercial fisherman now, and it's 8 years down the road. And then all of a sudden you run up against these regulations. Under Chevron, you would be passed. If you suddenly, the first time these regulations impinged on your life is 8 years after they were passed, this interpretation was passed, you would be shit out of luck. Even though you're like, well, I had no reason to know. Why would it even matter? They would say, yeah, sorry, you're past the statute of limitations. You're 8 years past when the regulations were first interpreted in this way. And so you're screwed. Sorry, out of luck. The new Loper-Bright decision says, yeah, that's ass. And the other aspect of it that people...
thus empowering the people more. Now you have 6 years from when you were charged with the violation.
Now you have 6 years from when you can show it impacted you. So in other words, you're not bound by regulations that are 10 years old that just now impinge on your life, that get reinterpreted or whatever. The minute they impact you, now that's when notice begins. And that's the way, and you're like, I know you're thinking like, why would it ever have been the other way?
Yeah.
That was another aspect of Chevron. That was one of the most hated aspects of it for those of us who practice in that field, litigating against administrative agencies for what they do to people. We would rail about the fact of like, how old are the regs? Because your client might come in and be like, I'm harmed by this. And you think, okay, great, they're harmed. They've got a case. And then you go look and you're like, this interpretation was 7.5 years ago, man. I'm sorry, you're screwed. You got nothing. And so, yeah, now it's opened up. It's essentially, they say it's only prospective, but it clearly will give people, within the last 6 years now, anybody who's got something that harmed them within the last 6 years just had the statute of limitations opened up to them. So it's a tremendous, tremendous boon to, plaintiffs, to the citizens. Yeah, it really has put a lot of power. I mean, you still have to be able to afford an attorney, but it's made it a lot easier now to sue over these regulations. And so what will again, the practical,
and for the regulators not to be bought, for the power to get, the power gets back to the people now instead of to the experts. What
you've done is you've just diminished the value of owning regulators. It now makes less sense. It's gotten, regulators now just got cheaper and worth less. You change the economics around buying off regulators. Huge. I mean, it's got all kinds of far-reaching impacts that people won't appreciate. But in terms of, there might be nothing that anyone could have done better to curbing the administrative state than the Loper-Bright decision. And that's why people are railing about it. The people, government unions, and which own the Democrats, and so all of that. You mean a government by? Yeah, novel concept. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
A government for the people, by the people. Dale, there's 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, and judicial.
Yep.
Do you think it's hyperbole to say that these agencies were a 4th branch?
No, absolutely true.
It's not, right? I know. I was thinking that yesterday. I'm like, holy fuck, there's 4 branches with this law.
Yes. For sure. It's been that way for a long. I mean, again, for those of us who've been swimming, I tell people, if swimming the English Channel is like a big deal in swimming, like swimming the English Channel is like,
yep.
If you can swim the English Channel, I've done the legal equivalent in fighting agencies of swimming the English Channel about 7 times back to back. Like fighting what you have to go through to fight administrative agencies and how they bury you in paperwork. And
I want to give you guys a real world example of how this plays out. And Dale, you tell me if I'm wrong here. A law passes that says a climate change law passes that says that cars are putting out too much CO2.
Right.
And that it's affecting the world and something needs to be done. Then all of a sudden an agency writes, hey, we need to get rid of all cars with combustion engines.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, none of our 3 branches of government had any role in that other than saying that we have pollution. And next thing you know, combustion engine cars are outlawed and a whole industry vanishes because of some people who are paid off by electronic vehicle makers to protect the environment.
Yes.
And I put that in quotes.
Yeah, for sure. That's exactly how it works.
Like it threatens so many things.
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't even
And
believe
by the
what's
way,
going on. I can't even believe it's going on.
all of it is premised on, there's something even underlying this. We'll go outside of, I'll give extra homework and extra credit here for anybody who follows this, but all of this is premised on an idea, which is that Congress even has the right to regulate all of these things. And that itself is based on a shitty decision that needs to be overturned called Wickard versus Filburn. Wickard, Wikard versus Philbin, Filbin. And Wickard versus Philbin needs to be overturned as well, because it would be even bigger, because it would cut back on the things that the government, the federal government, should even be involved in regulating. But Wickard was a Depression era case, yeah. And what it came out of was this guy was growing wheat on his own land, and he was selling it only locally within his own state. And but he was producing more than the Agricultural Adjustment Act would allow. And the whole purpose of the agriculture, these were fascist laws passed. FDR rammed through because he was a fascist. And FDR.
Why are there? I want to, after you explain this, I want to figure out, why are there so many fascists in the liberal camp? But we'll get back to that.
Yeah, I'll come back to that. It's an easy explanation. But there was a law, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, that basically it was price fixing. It fixed the prices for things, and we're going to solve economic problems by saying that wheat can only cost X. You can't produce more than Y amount. So this guy produced double of what he was allowed to under the law, but he only sold it locally, used it for barter or whatever. So it had nothing to do with interstate commerce. And Congress, up until that point, the Supreme Court had been very clear that Congress's ability to regulate commerce, it could not regulate, prior to that, could not regulate commerce within a state, purely what was called purely intrastate commerce. If you were a guy in Ohio and you didn't have any business outside of Ohio, Congress has no business regulating you. You're an Ohio guy. Only the Ohio legislature can be regulating you under the 10th Amendment. And then the Supreme Court came up with this doctrine in Wickard versus Filburn that basically said, and I had the spelling wrong. Sorry about that, Beef. But Wickard versus Filburn said that it came up with this aggregation doctrine that basically said that, well, maybe you're only selling stuff in Ohio, but the cumulative impact of that affects the price of wheat across the country, and therefore we can regulate, and that opened the door. And this is why you have these agencies that we have. This is why you have agencies governing things. This is why I have a Department of Education. It's all under the Commerce Clause. And so the Commerce Clause has been blown open to basically mean that no matter what you're doing, no matter how, and in fact, the Commerce Clause, everybody thought John Roberts was going to get rid of Obamacare. When it came up, they were all like, oh, he's going to totally, that was the case that was going to crush the Commerce Clause. And instead, what he did was he said, well, maybe not the Commerce Clause. He wrote this whole thing about how you couldn't justify Obamacare under the Commerce Clause, but you could do it under the Tax Clause. And so he basically took the power that everybody thought they were going to rip away. Everybody thought the Supreme Court was going to do the right thing on and get rid of Wickard versus Filbert. And so that was the case, that Obamacare was going to be the case that everybody thought was going to get rid of the Commerce Clause, and it didn't. In fact, he said, nah, it applies to the Tax Clause. And so now we've got it both for the Commerce and the Tax Clause. But most of us who are constitutionalists and think about these things have said that that whole thing needs to die, and that would that would do away with a big chunk of the administrative state, because then it would be what we have now. The problem we have now is that every issue, no matter how small, no matter how minute, no matter how limited to either California or Texas or Louisiana, these individual issues now, everything now is a federal issue, and that's why we have a federal government that's grown explosively like nothing else. Is we've made everything a federal issue. Everything. is a federal issue. And so you can see Loper Bright as maybe the beginnings of trimming that back, but it won't really go back into its hole until we get rid of Wickard versus Flipper.
So basically, you could argue that opens the door for that argument no matter what. Like, hey, you selling ice cream on the streets in your small town in Pennsylvania somehow affects ice cream prices
Yes.
in California. And if you
That
can
is
even show, oh, God, that's crazy.
That's the law right now. That is the law. And again, not passed by anybody. It's a terrible case, a terrible Supreme Court case out of the 40s. And, it's one of those ones that needs to die. It's really a big part of the problems we have are the federalization of everything. That Washington, D.C. should be making decisions about things that go on in Idaho or Wyoming or Nebraska.
When I would listen to the conservative pieces on the Chevron case, they would cite exact specific situations where it's hurting the public. It's hurting the public. They would give them over and over and over. And when I listened to the liberal ones, they would just give big picture. Wow, this is going to really open up the gun market, but they wouldn't tell you how. This is really going to hurt climate conservationists, but they wouldn't.
It always hurts.
Tell you how. It's
always women and minorities hardest hit.
Yes, that too. They would say stuff like they would really lean on the fact that, hey, we've had this for 40 years, it's going to disrupt the status quo. Like that was enough as an argument for not going, like, hey, I've been beating my kids my whole life, let's not stop now because that'll shock them by stop beating them. That'll confuse them. I couldn't find one thing where they were like, hey, with this reversal, and then they would point to one solid example. Nothing. They give no empirical evidence, nothing objective, nothing concrete. It was all just this pie in the sky shit. It was driving me fucking nuts.
It's my law school Civ Pro professor used to have it. He used to call this argument called the horrible hypotheticals. So you can't really point to anything that's bad. So you gin up all these hypothetical horribles that haven't happened, but you claim will happen if somebody decides against you.
Right.
You claim that it'll be dogs and cats sleeping together in the streets. It'll be anarchy. We'll have, it'll be chaos. That's never the case with court, almost never the case with court decisions. So
are the Democrats against the Constitution? Like what's going on with so they're the Democrats, their ideology just butts right up against the Constitution. They're not even Americans.
Dude, that's only been since the founding of the party. I mean, yes, of course they're against the Constitution. They're against anything that's an impediment to power. That's a straight will to power, baby. That is a party that is hell-bent on one thing: power over you. That's it, period.
Hey,
so yes, of course, to the extent that the Constitution's a document of limited, supposed to be only enumerated powers. You're not supposed to do anything that's not listed. It's if you don't have the power listed, you don't have the power. We've reinterpreted that now completely, but yeah, Democrats are always it's just pure accretion of power. That's all it is. That's their entire ticket. And that goes back to the question you asked, why are they like fascists? And there's the answer. It's because they want power. That's what they believe in. They really do believe that they're right. Anybody who opposes them is clearly a bad guy and wrong, and therefore they need more power. QED. That's what you get.
The censorship stuff that went on during 2020 to 2022 that was just overt, through Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all of those things. That was all agency related too. Those were agencies like the FBI and whatnot telling these people, hey.
Yep, sure was. And well, not only that, I mean, it was agencies, and then they set up these NGOs. And that's one the Supreme Court got wrong. I mean, they punted on it. They said, "Oh, no standing." Terrible decision. So they got the First Amendment wrong in Murthy versus Biden, or is that what it? Murthy versus Missouri? Maybe I forget who the final parties. They changed the name of that case a couple times, but I think it was Murthy versus Missouri, maybe. But that case they got wrong. They punted and said no standing. There's a chance that RFK, he's got a case still pending that might actually get that. He might be able to show standing, and that might actually bring that up before the court again. So we might get a second crack at that one. Missouri Burden versus Biden became Murthy versus Missouri. You see it right there, 23-411. They recaptioned it when it went before the Supreme Court. Yeah, Murthy versus Missouri. And so that's a terrible case. That's a horrific decision by the Supreme Court, in my opinion. But they got it right on some of the other ones. And that's part of the thing about thinking of, we tend to think, a lot of people do, it's an overly simplistic thing. We've turned these whole Supreme Court nomination hearings into, these big brouhahas. That's a recent phenomenon. It didn't used to be like that. It used to be considered as a matter of just, once the president won, Congress, the whole, with the advice and consent of the Senate, used to be viewed as kind of a rubber stamp for the president, that basically once you won the presidency, you got to pick whatever justices you wanted. And it used to be like back in the 1800s, we didn't have these big hearings over Supreme Court justices and what's their theory and blah, blah, blah. That shit didn't happen. That's a much more recent phenomenon. Really began with Thomas and Bork and all of those hearings. Democrats turn those things into huge political things. They're going to take away abortion. They're going to lock you in chains. They're going to, blah, blah, blah. Again, the same thing you talked about, horrible hypotheticals. Oh, these people will put you back in chains. When it's, Democrats were the party of slavery. I mean, Democrats were the ones who, FDR was the one who threw the Japanese in prison, and
blocked the Jews from going through Ellis Island.
It's just,
it's crazy.
Everything they accuse you of doing, they're doing. It's all projection. Always. That's what we're living through right now. We're living through a period where we're watching where the demons inside people's heads are being projected onto everybody else. We're having to endure the abuse of like Munchausen by proxy politicians. Why do you keep making me beat you, Dale? They just right. Why do I keep forcing them to have to, send the cops after me, kind of thing? I mean, it's just, we're on the wrong end of, of the mental illness of most of our legislators. Look at them. I mean, take a look at them anytime. Listen to them talk, and you realize these people are ill.
Hey, do you like RFK?
I know a lot of people in his organization, and I love his stance on vaccines. He's very smart. His voice, though, I can't listen to it, Sevi. I can't listen to it. I mean, I hate to say this. He might be brilliant and all that, but he starts to speak, and I'm like, yo, turn the volume down. I'm like, oh, my God, I can't listen to that scratchy.
I play it at 1.5. I play it at 1.5 time.
It's like, then you get the Mickey Mouse version. You get them on helium. It's like, to me, it's like listening to the, it's like listening to what's his face in the wheelchair, the guy, Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, I can't do it. He could be saying the most brilliant shit. I've already left I've departed the pattern. I'm like, I can't do it. But I'll tell you this, when I saw who he picked as his running mate,
this is great.
Yeah.
The day George Floyd died in 2020, the gas station behind the scene was selling gas for $1.89. Now it's over $4 a gallon. That gas station is now closed.
Yeah.
That's an amazing. I wonder if that's true. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And by the way, the price of gas, most of that price, if you look at, people go, oh, what about the price of gas? Why? Oh, these oil companies on all the oil and everything they produce, they run on extraordinarily narrow margins.
Right.
They make on a barrel of oil, they might take 2 to 3%. That's their cut. The profit is like 2 to 3%. Most of the money on your cost of gasoline, most of the price is taxes. Somebody's done this before. It's something like 40% of the price on gas is the result of federal or state taxes.
Last week, our gas in California went up 2 cents because of a state tax. Now the state, 60 cents of every gallon of gas in California is state tax.
Yeah, and then there's the feds.
Right, and local and all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's to say nothing of the regulatory compliance costs, which are massive. That's why we haven't had a new refinery opened in like 40 years or something.
Dale, have you seen the RFK interview with Sean Ryan?
Yes, pieces of it. Yep.
There's a piece in there where he talks about that the CDC, it's either in 2001 or 2006, I can't remember. They had basically a 5-alarm fire go off, and they called an emergency meeting, and they did the meeting off campus because they didn't want any record of the meeting, and they call it the secret vaccine files. and they met off campus, and they realized that there's a stronger correlate between vaccines and autism than there is between smoking and lung cancer.
Oh yeah.
And he explains it. And those are the kind of things that he says that I'm like, holy shit. But I don't, here's my problem with him. I don't know if he has the chutzpah to do anything about it. Like, I believe Trump has the chutzpah to do stuff about stuff.
You know, that's always the big question is people talk and talk. And I'll tell you on the 501c3, I'll tell you my prejudice there.
That's actually a nonprofit tax filing.
Yeah, that's a nonprofit corporation. 501c3 is a nonprofit. And there's 501c4s. There's a bunch of different kinds, but it's a nonprofit. Basically, you get a tax status from the IRS that says, I'm doing something, and the IRS has a list of things that they say, you can get favorable tax treatment if you work in these areas. and that is its own whole rant. But and my take on 501cs is this. They're dependent. They get their money not from selling a product. They don't, it's not like CrossFit. Like we sell a seminar. Yeah, we did, when I worked there, we sold a seminar, and we believed that it delivered at least that much value to people who came there. So we were like, hey, we're going to charge in the same way that, the computer I'm on cost me, $2,000 or whatever. I bought this Mac and I thought, yeah, you know what? This is worth that. This will produce this much value for me. I get the big screen thing. And so I bought it. Right. But nonprofits don't work that way. They don't sell a product. What they do is they kind of sort of claim to sell a solution, but they fundraise. And so they basically beg for money. A nonprofit is basically a sophisticated version of a homeless guy with a cup out on the corner saying, can you help a brother? Right. They use advertising and all these kinds of manipulative, ways, but fundamentally they rely on donated money. And to me, what that means is they are from their creation not incentivized to come up with solutions, because if you solve the problem, then we close our doors and we all go home and nobody has a job anymore.
Seattle's $1 billion homeless economy.
Yes. I mean,
the local government spends $1 billion a year on managing thieves and drug addicts. And so it's a whole economy. There's no incentive and they're nonprofits, a lot of them.
Right. And there are well understood solutions to these problems. Right. But those, you do not get that. What you get is like, I love when people talk about they're going to study the root causes. This really started in the 30s. Again, this is everything bad came out of the 20s and 30s. But the 30s started with, we're not going to solve poverty. Like, poverty is what? It's defined as a lack of money. You're broke. So what do you need? If you're, when I was broke, like when I was growing up, my mom, when we were kids and single parent home, my dad and mom divorced and all that. It was my mom and 2 kids. We were on welfare and all of that. We didn't need to examine the root causes of poverty. The issue was we were broke. We didn't have money. The solution to poverty is money, period. But the other part that people miss is poverty is not a condition. It's not a disease. Poverty isn't like, it's not like AIDS or herpes, or poverty is the natural state of man. The fruit won't pick itself. The tomatoes out in my garden, somebody's going to have to pick those things, or they're going to rot there. They unfortunately will not jump off the tree, roll, come into my house and make themselves into salsa. And so the poverty is the state of man. It's the default state. And so when you hear people talking about we're going to solve the root conditions, or we need to look at the root cause of this or that, that's when you should reach for your wallet. You're being had, and so all of these things we're going to, LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, another horrific, shitty president who probably should have been prosecuted, and a racist. But Johnson declared war on poverty in the 1960s. We've spent trillions of dollars since. We could have given every American thousands, tens of thousands of dollars over. Did we? No. What happened instead? We funded all these parasites, the parasite class, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, 501c3s. I can't think of how many generations of bureaucrats and kleptocrats have gotten to drive Mercedes S-classes on their fight against poverty. And we used to see it at CrossFit too. And if you remember that, we finally got out of that business. How many different nonprofits wanted us to do a fundraiser for them because they wanted to leverage our community and get the money out of the pockets of our affiliates and their members.
Right.
And
Right.
it was a great thing. In fact, I mean, you could argue that's what the new management's doing now.
Yeah.
It's the same idea, except instead of from a nonprofit, it's for profit. You know?
When I was a kid, Dale, I smoked a lot of weed, and I was very passionate about it. And I had like different bongs and different pipes, and I learned how to roll weed, and I read all the books on how to grow it and the different kinds. And I tried to just like I didn't just smoke it, but I was passionate about like everything, the economy, how long people went to jail for it. And so basically, I started selling weed to try to make money so that I could have free weed to smoke, and because the profit margins were high on it, and to pull myself out of poverty, right? And so I'm just going back. This is off subject a little bit, but the root, the root isn't um the cause of poverty. Like you said, it's your natural state until you find something you're passionate about and driven about, and then you chase that, and then the good things happen to you, right? It's not
Poverty is not something. It's not an affliction,
right.
You know what I mean?
Only you're going to pull yourself up out of that.
Right. There's no secret to poverty. In fact, there's some great lines. I think it's Thomas Sowell or somebody else has said, poverty is the default state of man. We shouldn't look at poverty. We should look at the very limited circumstances in which people have managed not to be impoverished, and look at what that is. And that for those of us who are kind of, free market, free trade kind of folks, that's you say capitalism. It's a dirty word now. I wouldn't even use that, because what we have isn't capitalism. But free exchange, free trade between people is the only thing that pulls people out of poverty. And interference in that is what is a drag on bringing more people out of poverty.
And what's interesting, so then I made a lot of money growing marijuana, but not like a lot, but enough to like where I could buy coffee and I could pay rent and I could take a girl to the movies. And then interestingly enough, I got a video camera and I got obsessed with video cameras. So then what I started doing is I started filming people's instead of growing marijuana, I stopped growing marijuana. I started filming people's gardens, and then I would turn them into DVDs and print them on my computer and sell them on eBay and on Amazon, until eBay and Amazon stopped me from doing that, because you couldn't sell stuff that was part of so then I had to switch over to Craigslist and sell them on Craigslist. And then eventually I got it, from making these marijuana little films on how to grow marijuana, making shows for ESPN. And so there, but you know what I mean? But it's just interesting. It was just hard work and passion. And then my filming marijuana took me to videos, and videos took me to whatever. And then it's just fascinating. And none of it happened with anyone else's. There were only things in my way.
Yeah, I was just about to say there were government agencies. Yeah, government agencies, to bring it full circle, telling you can't do this.
Yeah. I trip on fact checkers on Instagram too, because they say you're fact checking, but how do they know that that's not how do they know that that's not your premise? That what you're posting, it's not true. What if your whole point of posting it is to be funny or satire, or to or to consciously mislead? Like, this post is doing exactly what I want it to do.
Yeah, dude, that whole business is I can't believe that the American public has been dumbed down sufficient. I never thought I would see it in my lifetime, but congratulations, Department of Education. But I can't believe that the populace is dumbed down enough that anybody wouldn't laugh openly at the notion that government is going to have fact checkers. Like the government can find its asshole with, I mean, it's amazing to me that the idea, like, that anybody's going to be the arbiter of truth. I mean, how many more times are we going to have to let a black guy out of jail after 20 years for a crime he didn't commit? And that had a jury, a trial, this guy had a defense attorney and all that. And that we get that stuff wrong all the time. And that's where you had a judge, lawyers, cops, investigators, defense attorneys, all that. And we get, and that was clearly factually fucked, wrong.
Right.
And yet we do that as a matter of process all the time. And the idea that someone is just going to, like, on a whim, like, how are they going to fact check? I mean, somebody else pointed this out. It came up in that Murthy versus Missouri case. How are the fact checkers? How do they know? Are these people doctors? Like, how are they fact checking me when I put shit down there and, like, I say something I know about? Like, are they going to fact check me on helicopters? If I were like, hey, this helicopter blah, blah, this happened and that happened and that. And they're like, oh, that's bullshit. And we all know that that's not what's going on. What's really going on is narrative policing.
Right.
That's all that's happening.
Right.
They're not checking facts. They're just looking for dissenters from what the current received wisdom is, and we're going to crush that. That's all that's going on. And I can't believe that anybody claiming to have two brain cells to rub together is going to take seriously. That's why when you listen to the Supreme Court arguments on that case, they were so disappointing. I mean, there are some midwits on that court. We just all have to be honest with ourselves. There are some midwits on that court. 100 IQs. I love that Malice refers to them derisively as 110s.
You mean on the Supreme Court? On the Supreme Court,
for sure. Yeah.
Like who? Like Sotomayor?
Please.
Okay. Another interesting thing that I thought was regarding the Trump case was people were saying that Trump's not above the law. And it's so fucking manipulative, because that was the whole premise of taking that to court, to show that he was not above the law, that he's within the law. And it's a crazy spin to say that they're trying to make him above the law. He's not above the law if a president by law can't be charged for criminal activity that he does in the capacity of his job as president. Yeah,
like I said, we've had de facto immunity. The whole thing turns it's dishonest and manipulative, because it lies and turns the decision on its head, as they always do. Decisions they don't like, which is for 240 years, no president has ever been prosecuted. Trump's the first guy ever. And there have been a lot of shitty things done, criminal things done by presidents. And none has ever been prosecuted criminally. Trump's the first one. And he was prosecuted on what amount to trumped up political garbage charges. And now we've got a Supreme Court opinion that says, well, yeah, you actually can prosecute him. And they backed the Supreme Court into a corner and forced them to say that, well, I guess you can. No president is above the law. So that has actually come out of that opinion. I mean, that opinion stands for the proposition that actually you can prosecute a president. Up until now, that's never happened. And the problem with these is they're clearly political persecutions. I mean, these are, by a hired hitman who's not properly appointed, who's, not pursuant to the appointments clause, has no justification for existing. This is a Merrick Garland hitman lawyer prosecuting Biden's political opponent. And we know that the other cases, the Fannie Willis case, we know all these people went to the Biden White House. We know from the White House logs, I mean, you couldn't have a more blatant case of political interference in an election where the major opposition candidate is being dragged and threatened with imprisonment. I mean, up until this decision, July 11th, Trump was facing sentencing. They were going to chuck this guy in jail.
Aren't they still? Isn't he still facing sentencing in 4 days?
Well, he is now, but there's a giveaway in Merchan's. He acknowledged in his order. You can see he got it. When you get slapped down by the Supreme Court, like I said, there's slap downs and then there's slap downs. There's being overturned as a judge, but then there's having the Supreme Court weigh in and basically ask, what the hell are you doing? And so Merchan said in his order, he put a little appended comment like, if sentencing is even necessary. And so because now he's going to have to reevaluate. So what they've done is Trump's attorneys are now going to file a motion to open the judgment and say, hey, wait a minute, which of these were official acts? You never ruled on it. So which of these are official acts? Which of these are unofficial acts? So he's going to raise the immunity in the same thing and be like, well, was this an official act? Was it an unofficial act? If it, and so all of
this
that
is Juan Merchan.
Yeah. Yep.
And he's the sentencing judge on July 11th.
Yeah, he was going to be. Now it's been pushed back to September. I think September 18th, if I'm not mistaken.
Why?
Well, because Trump's attorneys said, hey, in light of the Supreme Court ruling, we're going to file a motion, and we want to reopen. You can't have some of these things. Some of these convictions have to go away.
So will they have to run the whole jury trial again?
Well, no, he's going to file the motion, and then the government's going to respond. The government's already said, well, we don't see any reason. The prosecutors in the case have already said, like, well, we don't see any reason why this would affect anything. But but we're going to give you the time, And so it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll have to let his lawyers. They're going to give the Bragg's office said they want until July 14th, and then the court said, okay. Well, then I'm going to have to rule. And then, then there's the possibility that Trump's attorneys could appeal. And so that's all not going to happen.
Isn't it fascinating that they call it a hush money case when it could easily be called a misclassification case? Or
well, it's funny they call it a hush money case when no one has yet proved that Trump that he either slept with her or you know what I mean? Like, it looks like this whole blackmail thing was dreamed up by, if you watch the testimony, watch the case itself, Michael Cohen, the star, the defense's star, or the government's star witness, is admitted that he stole from Trump and that he did this all on his own. And the phone call that he claimed clearly didn't. This guy is just, it's amazing. There's the
he
books
stole like
about,
60,000. He took $60,000 for himself or something.
Yeah, he stole from his client, and here he is as an attorney violating. Let's suppose it was true. Here he is violating his attorney-client privilege. He should be disbarred as a matter of. I don't know if he already has been. The guy's a complete piece of shit. And that's the basis of the prosecution. Somebody did an analysis of the book. Everybody's got a book deal. That's how you launder money in politics. You get book deals, and people sponsors buy crates of books and you make money off it, but the public never buys them. That's how Hillary, you know what I mean? Like, the whole idea that, like, oh, it's a New York Times bestseller, it's because donors bought crates of books that are sitting in a fucking warehouse, but you can't find them on bookshelves anywhere. It's how you
1 million copies sold.
Yeah, 1 million copies sold, right? Sitting in a warehouse somewhere.
February 26, 2019, Cohen was officially disbarred by the New York Supreme Court.
As he should be. A complete turd.
Wild.
Yeah. And that's that. So anyway, one of the books that was written about this, one of the guys who was on the prosecution team and then left, he went to write a book, and somebody did a great analysis of it. Saved me the misery of having to read it, but it's brilliant. And they point out that in the guy's book, he basically says, he keeps telling about how this was part of the team that quit when Bragg wouldn't go forward on Trump. And what the guy is doing is he's recounting the story about this novel theory that they had of jacking up these misdemeanors into felonies, and that none of the line prosecutors were on board with this. The regular guys who do trial work were like, this is a shit theory. This is bullshit. It's never.
He admits it in the book. The book.
Yeah. And this guy's writing it from a perspective of, like, he was the brave hero who brought this theory to light. And he's complaining about all these regular prosecutors who are like, this is insane. We would never do this. Like, this, you can't prosecute somebody based on this theory. And the other part of it was, he said he was disappointed because all the New York prosecutors, like, basing a prosecution around Michael Cohen as your star witness is idiocy. No one in their right mind would base a prosecution around a star witness who's a complete fraud and liar, who's admitted publicly that he's trying to make money off of Trump, that he stole from him. You would never base a prosecution. It's like making your eyewitness to a murder a drug addict who at the time was high on mescaline or something, and being like, that's our eyewitness. He absolutely identifies him. Anybody with any sense of justice would be like, I don't think I can throw somebody in prison over that. That's not good enough. But that's what they did. Fundamentally.
When I see things like what I'm about to show you, makes me realize how big the division is between, I guess I could just speak for myself and a lot of people out there, because what I'm about to show you is a guy arguing why the Chevron decision is bad. But when I hear it, all I hear is why the Chevron decision is good. And I think, holy fuck.
Yes. Their complaints for me are always reasons.
Yeah, this is fucking crazy here. This is MSNBC. This is absolutely nuts. Here we go.
The Supreme Court's conservative supermajority dealt a serious blow to democracy by overturning the 40-year-old legal precedent known as the Chevron doctrine in what many court watchers are calling a judicial power grab.
So already right there, I'm like, a judicial power grab. So he's couched
democracy. So taking decisions away from the deep state, taking decisions away from the bureaucracy, forcing judges to have to make decisions is now a threat to. Remember, whenever they use the term "our democracy," they're not including you or me in that. That our democracy means what they, their power, it has nothing to do with you, me, the other people the deplorables.
Yeah, they don't want the politicians they elected making the decisions. They want the experts that are owned by by Pfizer and Coca-Cola to make them. Okay, here we go.
Longstanding principle required courts to defer to federal agencies' own interpretation of laws that they had.
Like right there, that's enough for me. He doesn't need to say anything more. I get it.
Chevron doctrine in what many court watchers are calling a judicial power grab. This longstanding principle required courts to defer to federal agencies' own interpretation of laws that they administer in the case of ambiguities or questions about enforcement of laws. Now, this is just
how does he dig himself out of that? He just admits everything that's wrong with it. How does anyone not hear that and be like, whew, thank God. The court's got the power back.
Because listen, it's all just noise. All this guy's doing is providing people didn't get themselves into this mindset by reason. It's that old Mark Twainism. You're not going to talk a man out of a decision that he didn't arrive at by reason. You're not going to provide it. This isn't about evidence. This is about getting some. He is another expert. So here he is, another expert telling people he's here to pontificate and tell people about why experts they should be listened to. And you know what I mean? It's like the whole thing. It's like Turtles all the way down. Here's a bald-headed look. He's got the glasses. He's got the suit. He's clearly an expert, a legal expert. And he's going to tell you about what's wrong with this. He's an expert here to tell you why experts should be experting and you should shut the fuck up and do what you're told, Surf.
That's how functioning governments work. Congress or a legislature cannot possibly anticipate every question that might arise about any given law that's passed. So it typically, and again, it's not just in America, it's all over the world in working democracies. The legislature typically delegates that sort of authority and enforcement to experts at the federal agencies who actually administer.
That's not doesn't the judges do.
Delegate. These are federal executive agencies. So how can Congress give to the executive its own authority? And he's right. He's telling the truth in this sense. This has been a giveaway, and Congress has all but abdicated its power. Well, that's what's amazing about what we have in Congress now. We have a Congress of 435 assholes who do nothing but scream and histrionics and perform for the cameras and don't do shit in terms of, and they suck up money to get reelected. But they're not doing anything. Like, when was the last declaration of war? How long have we been at war? How long have we been getting Americans killed in combat? And when was the last actual declaration of war?
I don't know. When World War II? Is it?
Yep. It's the last time a president asked for a declaration of war. Since then, it's just been presidents doing whatever the fuck they want. And so this was when he says, Congress delegated to the executive. Right there, he's just admitted he doesn't understand the separation of powers doctrine, or that there's a legislative branch. They make the laws. There's an executive branch. They're supposed to carry those laws into execution, even-handedly, unbiasedly. And then there's a judicial branch who's supposed to say, whether those laws meet the proper standards for being constitutional or legal. And this guy's already telling you about how Congress he's already trying to tell you that, no, listen, Congress gave that away. They gave that away to the experts. Yeah, just complete and utter bullshit. Because it's not about reasoning. He's just a huckster. He's just there to make noise that people go,
yeah, you nailed it. He's just a huckster.
Guy's just there to make noise.
Hey, I want to show you one more clip from CNN. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this one justice because I can only show 7-second sections. But this is amazing. I don't know what's going on at CNN. But this looks like a fucking high school fucking operation here. I was dying watching this yesterday. Yesterday I watched CNN for like 2 hours just on YouTube, and it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're still
warning me. That's how certain a widening group of leading party officials, operatives, and donors are that the president's slow start to salvage his campaign just isn't working. Here's his.
Okay, here we go.
Office updating her schedule yesterday to have her appear with the president for the 4th of July.
Today, as we celebrate
Oh, God.
As we celebrate the promise of America, we also celebrate and express
Her
our
husband's a
gratitude
joke.
to our
Hey, notice she's the only person on stage wearing a tie.
service
Oh, wow.
veterans, to our military families. And we give thanks to our
And look at
commander in
him.
chief, the president of the United States, the extraordinary president of the United
Jesus.
States, Joe Biden.
So bad.
It's about as bad as
CNN
RFK.
senior reporter
talking.
Isaac Dover joins the panel.
Senior reporter Isaac Dever. Look at this fucking guy.
Always. It's always the same thing.
Now,
Isaac, you have new reporting about the
look at these fucking people. Look at this whole setup. It looks like they're at a fucking dollar store. I can't even believe what I'm seeing.
Vice President. What can you tell us?
Well, look, Joe Biden always says, don't compare me to the
His audio's all fucked up.
almighty, compare me to the alternative. But his problem right now is that a lot of Democrats are doing that as they're thinking about Kamala Harris. They have been really frustrated with the slow start to the way that Biden has tried to salvage his campaign, the not seeing him or hearing him much over the course
What
of
do you
last
think
week.
the odds are this guy was inappropriately touched as a child?
100. It's
100%.
crazy. I immediately thought that when I saw him. I thought even worse than that.
I don't know why that popped in my head. My first thought was,
Yes.
my God, what did they do to this poor guy when he was a kid?
Yes.
What happened to you?
Yes. And then wait till you see this guy. And this lady's like a beaten puppy. Wait till you see her.
Underestimated. Hard not to take this personally. How do you think he would respond?
You know, he carries himself with a lot of dignity and a lot of class. And if that is what he chooses to do,
She has a lisp, a lot of dignity, a lot of class. And she's the former special assistant to President Biden.
he will do that with the utmost dignity, and people will give him that grace. I do think the party will actually give him a lot of grace here, and I think the media will as well. But like, if you look back to 2015 when he decided not to run, that was handled with such care and such respect, and he handled himself so well during that entire process. I would expect nothing less. He is a statesman at the end of the day. He wants what's best for this country.
Something happened to her too, and her voice is trapped as a 6-year-old girl.
I like the Mike Tyson lisp though.
And so he will do nothing he will not jeopardize the Democrats' ability to beat Donald Trump in November. He will not. His ego will
I
not.
think she
take
knows whose
center stage
cocaine
here.
it was at the White House. She was a special assistant to
Yes.
Biden. Does she know
She
whose
knows.
cocaine it was?
She knows.
Now look at this guy's makeup line. Look at this guy. Look, you can see
why
his
are they
makeup line
always-
from his face to his neck.
Look at why are they always chinless? Just Jesus.
Too much on what happened on the debate on the president's health. The problem
Looks
is
like a shitty
voters
Matt
are
Damon.
selecting a president.
What?
He looks like a shitty Matt Damon.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm watching this and I'm like,
Jesus.
who are these fucking 4 people talking to America? How the fuck did go to YouTube? Come to my station. I got a spot for you.
Dude, it's all this is what the media, this is where we are with the mainstream media. It's collapsing. Had it not been for the coronavirus bucks, they'd already have collapsed. They got a bunch of money. Within the pandemic bills, a lot of money was set aside for media as long as they towed the COVID line. That's how they stayed in business. They stayed afloat. So now that that's drying up, this is what's left.
These are such a pathetic group of people. I was watching. CNN is just ever since the debate, it's just beaten puppies. Like no one there speaks with any vigor, with any confidence, with any. They're.
Well, you know what you're watching though right now. I always tell people politics is. We had some great. Greg and Brian had a great meeting with a guy who is big, very prominent for many, many years, a big insider in Democratic politics back in the day when it was a legitimate party. And he once told us with regards to the whole soda thing that, Greg's like, I don't know, man, I think we're under attack by soda. And, instead of saying like you're a conspiracy theorist or you're crazy or anything like that, the guy was like, if you believe it's happening, it's undoubtedly worse than you know. And of course, that turned out to be true once we dug in, And so I think that people don't realize, like I wrote something about this recently, that right now what's going on behind the scenes with Biden, people need to understand that it looks much more like Game of Thrones than anything else.
Yeah.
Like what you have right now behind the scenes are where you have a power vacuum, where you have a president who's clearly not running the show. And maybe it's been Obama, or this cabal of people, but you have all different kinds of interests, power interests, and that means that, the State Department has its interests alongside the military industrial complex, the weapons manufacturers. They've got one agenda, and that's driving more wars. We need to sell more weapons to the Ukrainians. And of course, some of the politicians are along for the ride because they're getting kickbacks. And so that works for them. I mean, but there's all these different interests, and what you're witnessing right now. Like I saw a great theory the other day that Kamala is already that she basically has some blackmail on Biden, and this whole thing's going to play itself out. But she's going to wind up. Can you imagine what it feels like to be her? I mean, she's even less popular than he is. It's miraculous.
I think if we knew what was going on in the White House, we'd be terrified. I think it literally is like a high school game version of Game of Thrones.
Yeah. The best movie ever, you know, who turned me on to that was when we were talking many years ago. Greg told me that the best movie about politics ever was Election. Have you ever seen that with a young Reese Witherspoon and Matthew Broderick?
No.
Beef, you got to pull up.
Oh, yes. He's a high school.
Yes, he's a high school teacher, and Reese
movie.
Witherspoon is running for it. She is so good in it. It's unbelievable. She is so good. But it's all the worst behaviors around a high school election. And I always tell people whenever they ask me about politics, I go, watch the movie The Election. And then they're like, what the hell? They think it's about politics. Okay, just watch it. And it's this wonderful movie about her doing everything she can to become president of student council because she knows she deserves it. She's the best one. She's clearly the one. And like, if you watch that and you see the behaviors there, and we've all seen it, that's what's so great about it. You think with the money that's at stake in the U.S. election that it's better? You think that for president it's suddenly, you know, didn't everybody do that middle school civics lesson where we had elections and all that? Do you remember? It was not the best or the smartest person. That's not who got elected. I remember when it all happened. I didn't run for office, but one of my friends did. And I remember he was an idiot and he was just a complete tool. And he made all these promises like, we're going to get an ice cream vending machine, you know, and all this stuff that we all knew was bullshit, you know? And I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? And everybody was like, yeah, you know, and he was like the, you know, handsome kid. And he made absurd promises, you know, no more homework, fuck the, you know, and everybody, and we all knew that was
he was ahead of his time. He was ahead of his time.
And he won. You know, and that's what I knew. I was like, okay, this is fucking idiocy.
That movie was filmed in my high school.
No.
Yeah, it was. I just forgot about that. Yeah, I just looked it up. It's filmed in my high school.
Get out of here.
Have you seen
that's like our claim to fame from now on? Like we're the election was filmed in our high school.
That's great.
Dale, have you seen the show called The Boys?
Yes. Some of it. I need to go. I want to watch the whole thing. My wife's like, she doesn't want to watch it. But I've seen enough episodes to be like, oh, I got to watch this.
It's crazy propaganda. I've been watching for 2.5 years, and I've seen Dick like 100 times, and finally 2.5 years in, they finally showed some boobs. They paint all the worst characters. Like there's a character called Homelander. He's just he's a disgusting character. They completely, I mean, they're trying to paint him as Donald Trump. It's crazy. Even at the rallies for him, the signs are the same. The color, it's fucking the craziest anti-Christian, pro homosexual propaganda. It's wild.
Of course.
There's a scene in this show, Dale, where there's a picture of someone's anus, and there's a superhero that's really small, and they show it, and it's in detail. It's on the screen for like a minute, and he crawls into the person's anus, and then they show him go in, and then he's massaging the insides of this dude's fucking like colon, and then the guy who's laying there on the bed is like, hurry up, get to my prostate. And then the little superhero that's in there like fucking this guy in his anus, he sneezes and becomes huge and explodes the guy.
I mean,
you can't even fucking believe this show.
I can't. I saw the scene early on and I was like, where the Flash, the guy who's like can run fast, somebody goes to step off a sidewalk.
Yes.
And he's running by and just blows the guy up, hits him, which kind of struck me as a little bit funny. Like, nobody ever thinks about the guy who can run as fast as, faster than anything on the planet or whatever. Like, but can he see that far? Does he, let it be like,
dude, there's a scene where a guy's fucking he tries to have a threesome with his wife and an octopus, and he does. And they have a threesome and the octopus, and he's fucking an octopus. And they show it. It's not like, ambiguous.
Huh?
No.
Yeah, that's where we are, man. That's why I don't, it's funny. I don't watch much TV. I spend most of my time writing and reading. And
I've seen more gay sex in the last, I don't know, month than I've seen in my entire life from this show. It's wild.
That's saying something coming from you.
Yeah. It's absolutely
You left yourself open for that one.
yeah, thank you. Hey Dale, what about graphene oxide?
Yes.
What is that? Do you know what that is? Is it in vaccines? I know
Yes. I'll tell you something we did in the first, I filed the first case against the mandate before it was even a mandate, 3 days before, something like that, 5 days before we filed, because we knew I was trying to get an injunction to stop it. So on like August 18th, I actually filed a lawsuit, an injunctive lawsuit in the District of Colorado to stop the lawsuit. And one of the things we did was we had some folks, since this was a military run program, it's all being shipped, like the vaccine, the BNT 162b2, the EUA vaccines were all being shipped through the military. It is a military run operation. As a consequence, it means that we had military folks, God bless them, who came to me and were like, hey, we can tell you where the shipments are going, or, this is where these are. So we wound up getting our hands on a couple of vials. And so of discard, like you can only use so much of it. And then once they do, they just throw away what's left. Like when you don't have enough for another dose, they throw it away. So we had some folks who got us some discarded vials. And so we shipped them off to a lab and had them mass spectrometry. We had them tested. And so what do you think came back? All manner of shit was in there. Now, I was saying that I put that in our filings. We put that in our initial filing. And then we kind of we backed away with it, because at the time they were coming out, the government was coming out, all those things. Oh, it's bullshit. That's all, there's nothing adulterated about these. And then it took a few years, but now you can find all this stuff, where scientists have been like, yeah, we found all this crazy shit in there. And there's all this garbage and SV40s in there. I can tell you that we found all of that very early on, tested it. And yeah, absolutely, these things are adulterated products under any reasonable read of the relevant statutes. They're adulterated products.
One of the more common symptoms of graphene oxide contact with the blood is clotting.
Yeah.
Also known as thrombogenicity. Toxicity studies in animals also show an increase in immunoglobulin E, lung damage, and signs of anaphylactic response when graphene oxide. Oh, and those are all things that we've seen. Those are all things we've seen from the injection.
Yes.
Lung damage. We've seen stuff that looks like anaphylactic shock, and clearly we've seen clotting.
All kinds of clotting issues. Yes, that's been one of the more common, maybe the most common.
Oh, and cancer causing. However, the underdosage of graphene oxide is wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. It's worse than anybody knows or imagines.
Why would they put that in there? As part of the delivery mechanism, or to hurt people intentionally?
There's a great the folks at ICENI, ICENI, have had a piece that they published a long time ago, and it laid out the whole transhumanist project. But there has been, within DOD, there has been many years, many studies, papers done on the idea of the Internet of Bodies, which is that that your body has its own electrical charge. That's part of, we are electricity producing entities. And that there's a whole notion of that you could have Internet of Bodies, where you could power things, you could send signals, you could get, there's been all kinds of work done on the idea of these nanoparticles, having them inside your body that would be able to give us data that you would get. Like, you could go to the doctor and he wouldn't have to cut you open. He wouldn't have to inject you or take blood. He could just get a readout from nano transmitters in your body. And so look at Neuralink. They've got an embedded transmitter, neurotransmitter within folks. And so the ICENI folks, I can send you the link to it, but they did a great article about collecting up all these articles, military folks talking about this, and so the idea that they would put graphene oxide in there, yeah, sorry about that, Jonathan. But yeah, that's my suspicion is that this is part of the larger transhumanist project, and so this hasn't been given up. It's not going away, but are they sticking you with stuff so that it might be usable down the road? It might be activated under certain circumstances or with certain other things that get put in your body, or yeah, for sure.
Sevog, hi.
Hey, I spoke with a biology professor, and he said one of the uses of graphene oxide is it when you inject something into the body, it's easy for something to latch onto graphene oxide and get delivered to the rest of the body. So it could be a precursor for disease X that's coming. And also of note, I've heard that Starbucks actually puts graphene oxide in their coffee so they can track where you are and figure out where you're going and help their distribution.
Dude, that sounds absolutely crazy.
Right. Except not really.
Except what, Dale? Except what?
Except not really.
Right.
I mean, we're all walking around with tracking devices on us right now.
Right.
I mean, if you knew everybody had this, right? And then what couldn't you inject with them that might not interface with your phone, or if I mean, like, that's really beyond the pale. Really? People think that's beyond the pale? Come on.
Right.
MK Ultra was trying to create sleeper agents and using hallucinogenics to try and get people to do things, because the belief was the commies had done that to some North Korean prisoners and all of this stuff. So I mean, we've been playing around with this we're not 60 years in on this project. Actually 70. That started in 52. So people think that it just all went away after the hearings, after the church, the church committee hearings? Yeah, Frank Church, the church committee hearings.
So anything's possible.
Of course.
I'm gonna type in graphene oxide Starbucks. Sorry, go ahead.
What's crazy is the Tuskegee experiment, right? They injected black men with syphilis and monitored them for 40 years without treating them to see what would happen. What's crazy is that there's this mysterious Gulf War syndrome. Well, do you remember with the first Gulf War, they had to, everyone had to get vaccinated against anthrax?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what that was. Nothing is actually
crazy. You should probably
go.
get yourself a copy of this and look at chapter 2.
Let me see the book again. United States versus Members of the Armed Forces, written by Dale F. Saran. The Truth Behind the Department of Defense Anthrax Vaccine Immunization Program.
There you go. I'll tell you that the place you want to look on Gulf War syndrome is chapter 6, the Gulf War drugs. Yeah, I got a real education in all of that when I started defending guys on the anthrax program. Yeah, it's on Amazon. You get it on Kindle too. I don't pimp my own stuff, but I just, once you've written something and you've looked at it deep enough, I don't want to hear myself talk about it, since I spent significant time researching and writing it. And so I just go, hey man, just read this. Like you don't want to hear me rant and all this. So
is there an audio version?
No, I probably should have one, right?
Yes, please.
How do I do that? I think I can do my own, right? I just go there and read it.
That's a good question. I don't know how you do it. I could figure it out for you though.
Some people, I know some people who read their own audiobooks. I don't like my own voice though. So maybe I'll get somebody else. I got to get somebody with a British accent. That's how you make it totally legit. I'll get somebody with a British accent to do it.
Sevog, anything else?
No, that's it. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. All right.
Yeah, he's right on. Gulf War illness, man, was largely a byproduct of our own experimentation on U.S. troops. I get people who reach out to me all the time, veterans, guys who are retired, and they're like, hey, I just stumbled onto your book. Somebody told me about it. And like, I think I've got, something from when they gave me anthrax during the Gulf War. I'm like, yeah, you probably do. What am I going to say,
Right.
And by the way, you're outside the statute of limitations.
No shit.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right, Dale. Thank you.
As always, fun.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. Good stuff. I think overall the show is good news. Great. The Chevron thing's great.
Oh, this is going to have far-reaching implications. It is a great win. I don't care what the talking heads tell people. this is a great win for the average American citizen. It's a huge win. Long term, this is a great thing for us. It really is.
Look at Pat Lang actually said something nice about you. Dale, you the man. Wow.
Why is Pat Lang known for not saying nice things about people?
Sevog he's been just railing us the whole show. Sevog Vartanyan just bought your book. Thanks, Dale.
Hey, no problem, Seva. And that's a legit Armenian right there, Sevi. Look at him.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that name.
I know.
He may even be related to me.
Probably.
All right. Thanks, Dale. I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Later, bro.
Okay. Ciao.
Better Dale.
Dale Saran. Holy shit, the guys. There's no point in being smart if you can't communicate what you know.
It's true.
And
Nobody's
this
gonna
guy,
understand it.
yeah, and this guy can do both. He's smart and he can communicate.
I was just talking to my wife about that too. We were just talking about Dale, and he was like, and she said that she really enjoyed listening to him talk because he can dumb everything down to a point that people can understand it.
There was this guy when I first started working at CrossFit. Greg would always tell me he's the smartest man I've ever met. Blah blah. This young kid. He was this redheaded kid, and what was his name? I forget his name.
Taylor?
No, maybe it was Ron. I can't remember. But anyway, he couldn't talk, and so I would always tell Greg, "Hey, it doesn't matter to me how smart this guy is. To me, he's a fucking idiot because he can't communicate."
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We ran a poll.
This is the interview George Stephanopoulos yesterday on ABC with Joe Biden. Here we go.
Every single person we polled thinks that you're a retard. We polled African Americans. They all say you're a retard. Hispanic Americans also think that you're retarded. They call you El Retardo. We even polled actual retarded people. Even they say you sound absolutely retarded. You see where this is going, Mr. President?
Well, I just had a bad night.
We ran a poll.
Now I know Pat Lang's going to say this is fake. I know he's going to accuse me of spreading misinformation. But I'm telling you, Mexicans do call him El Retardo. I know. Wow. I know, Pat. I know you don't believe it, Pat. I know. I hear you. That's fine. I get it. And it's a free country. You're open to Kevin, this is not fake. Yeah, I agree. El Retardo.
Wow. That was good.
For 40 minutes in Oakland last night, there was free shopping at a local gas station.
Oh, no shit.
The police never arrived.
What?
Dude, this is crazy. Hey, do you want to really know how fucked up California is? So this buddy of mine, I don't know how much I should go into details. On 4th of July, in my town, which is relatively safe, Santa Cruz, California, there was a down at the beach by a store there called the Point Market. There were 500 people who gathered, like young people, white people. That was black people shopping for free right there that I just showed you. But these were white people, and not that it matters, but I just want to show that there's balance. The skin color is not relevant, even though I'm making it relevant. Oh, what a tongue twister! What a mental head fuck. They're gathered, 500 of them, and the cops show up, and they've closed the intersection. It's just chaos there, and the cops show up, and they start throwing M1000s, M80s, and firing Roman candles at the police. And I asked this guy, well, why didn't you just shoot tear gas into the group, or pepper balls? And he said, Gavin Newsom has made it illegal to disperse crowds using pepper ball or tear gas. So and I'm thinking to myself, and I said to him, I'm like, hey, if a woman is walking with a stroller with a baby in it, and it's not safe because of the crowd behaving in a could hurt the woman or the baby. I would like to outsource that. I would like to bring back the Chevron case to the agency that's there. And I would like the experts, the police, to fucking lob tear gas at him. Can you imagine 500 people gathered outside your house fucking attacking police and the police not being able? So I go, what did the police do? He goes, they retreat and they leave the scene.
Yeah, and just let them fuck up everything that they want.
Yeah, like why
stuff.
wouldn't the police just come by this fucking liquor store and fucking lob some tear gas in it?
I don't know. It's already wouldn't do much more damage than they already did.
God, this
Smell
is
pretty
so
bad to walk in there.
so sad. Just imagine having to clean that shit up, let alone all of your inventory's gone.
Exactly. Now you have to restock everything. Imagine how long it took you just to get to that point.
I'm sure the register was stolen too. God, California is a fucking joke, man. I sent it to my dad and I said, be safe.
Yeah. Fuck, that's wild.
This is an oldie but goodie. You're gonna think this is a Saturday Night Live skit, but it's not. This is old. I think I played this on the show a couple years ago. These are the college national debate champions. If you don't believe DEI is alive and strong, I think I told you guys my my kid's skate instructor finished top of his class in the fire academy in San Jose.
No shit.
Been an EMT. Been a what's the other one? The ones that ride in the ambulances. EMT and
that's an EMT, and AEMT is another one. EMT's riding the ambulance, just the same.
And what?
Paramedic.
Paramedic. Been an EMT. Been a paramedic. Been on the volunteer fire department, but told they're not hiring any white men. So now he's planning on moving to Texas. I know. I go, did they actually tell you that? He goes, oh yeah.
Moved to Nebraska. Moved to Texas. Probably has quite a few opportunities, but fuck, that's horrible.
Okay, so check this out. These are the national debating championships, collegiate debate champions.
Women's team to win the Cross-Examination Debate Association's national championship. This morning, we have two of the team members here. We have Amina Ruffin and Corey Johnson, both here to talk about the major victory. Ladies, way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've made so many people proud in this area. Now we want to pick your brain a little bit as we admire your huge trophy, by the way. That's ridiculous. But I'm going to ask you first. We'll start with you, Amina. What was the topic, first of all?
The topic was restricting presidential war powers authority.
They say the nigga's always already queer. That's exactly the point. It means that the impact is not, that is an impact turn to the that it is a case turn to the affirmative, because we are saying that queer bodies are not able to survive. That necessarily means that the body of the nigga is not able to survive.
We got the topic in about July, and we started doing our research then.
When the nigga sees these pains and suffering, that he can only envision himself, that he does not see another nigga that he can feel sympathy for or embrace, but rather that otherness.
This is actual footage of the collegiate debate.
Oh my God.
Hey, dude, these are the same people who, when Leah Thomas tied in the race with Riley, they told her backstage, this is the same, this is the same fucking brain that said, hey, we have to give it to Leah Thomas because people are watching and we can't give it to a girl.
Gets obliterated.
We've been supplementing our research throughout the season.
Man, focusing on object, disfigured, lynch, and trauma enough. The insight, the trauma representation that turns into the black child devouring and identifying with the stories and images.
And look at the girl. Look at the girl drinking. Look at she's a superhero. Her name's Obesio.
White culture brought up the way that the status quo works is through whiteness allowing, forcing other bodies to tell near racial.
No wonder they understand Joe Biden.
Of whiteness and the violences that whiteness does, we say that is a link that we will go for.
in order to prepare for it, because there are several different tournaments. And so being able to transition through each tournament.
Capture separate from exposure to cultural representation of the white world, cultural move the white world to the child eye zone, and
Able to respond to opponents' arguments.
on sexual trauma as a way of grounding its racist cultural fantasy, the cultural trafficking images of the black man's photogenic objects.
So just a lot of preparation.
Disfigured lynch and trauma enough. The
That took preparation.
that turns into the black child devouring and identifying with the stories and images of white culture.
Reading of articles and books, and
They only recreate what it means to be an authentic nigga, because we are not allowed to read. We are not allowed to.
So which is the authentic self, her or this one being interviewed on the TV show? By the way, the bucket as the stand is impressive.
Oh yeah, the Rubbermaid bin.
Yeah.
That sounds like how I won around the whiteboard the other day, honestly. But I didn't make really like a coherent argument at all. But I yelled loud and I was passionate, and that's how you win debates, honestly.
Kevin, you're crazy if you think she's reading from a computer.
There's
there's no way. I do believe that's a computer, but I don't know if she's reading.
If she's fucking illiterate if she's reading.
Read certain things and speak in a certain way, because we are seen as not truly speaking to niggas. But there's a question of who even wrote this shit.
all that good stuff.
Was there anything that threw you off during the competition? You know, something that someone are the first all black.
Fuck, that's so bad.
I was I went to this there's this stream by my house, and it's like it's like 1 or 2 feet of water, and it comes down into this watering hole that like 500 people could swim in with like rocks and stuff, and then at the end of it the water goes out, right? So it's a place where the stream just puddles into like a giant pool, right? It looks like Stand By Me. It's in the middle of nowhere, even though it's just a mile from my house. I just found it the other day, so I've been taking the kids there to swim and stuff. And I was looking around at the people who were there, and I hung out with some people, and some of the people, man, it must be so hard being them.
Why?
Like it must be just like, you know, when you see Cardi B or like Nicki Minaj are being interviewed.
Okay.
It's just all act. It's just like you realize that is not them. So like these girls here being interviewed, which one do you think is the real them? Which one is the one of them that you think is like? Do you think that the ones on stage, is that sustainable? I used to have friends like that even who worked at CrossFit. They were always positive no matter what, to where it was an act.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? I think that's the like.
Okay.
I think that's the thing that a lot of people maybe have, that they pick up from maybe like Cole Sager, right? Like, hey, dude, that's not possible what you're doing. But there's just like you see someone and they got the Botox and the long fingernails and all the hair and all of that, but then their personality is also that much work. Like everywhere they go, it's like they're in a fucking music video or they're on stage. They haven't learned to just
be.
Yeah, I don't know what the word is. But they're going for a persona as opposed to, it's maybe they're guarding something.
Maybe. I don't know. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, what a mess.
You're right. It is sad to see, though. You know that there's something going on that's not natural.
It's just all a facade. But I think some of them have actually lost themselves in the facade, and that's who they think they actually are.
Yeah,
like
maybe.
they wake up and they just go straight into their mode. By the way, have you ever seen Kathy? Have you seen that video that's going around with shows Kathy Griffith getting ready to go out on stage?
No.
Oh my God, dude.
What about it? Let's see.
Okay. She's basically a bald-headed anorexic woman, and she puts on a whole. It's on her Instagram. It's wild.
Okay, let me look. Is it Kathy Griffin or Kathy Griffith?
I don't know.
Is it a redhead?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's freakish. It's absolutely freakish. Someone sent it to me yesterday. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. It just shows her getting ready, putting on herself. It is a trip. Like, that's a skinny old bald lady right there. She, like, none of that hair is real, nothing.
Wow.
I mean, she kind of it's keep going. Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
right here, right,
Left,
right here.
yeah. Look at
Oh my God. Jesus. She looks like the neighborhood meth head.
I think this is the chick that, like, brought out a noose and put Donald Trump's head in it or something.
Are you going bald? I don't mean that in a rude way. I have been having thinning hair. Oh my God. You look like the forgotten sister in the attic from the movie Pet Sematary. Fuck. That's gnarly, dude. That is
Fucking gnarly.
She looks like the Grinch.
Yeah. Oh, wow. She does look like the Grinch. Good call.
Yeah.
That's her authentic self.
Yep. Authentic self. Nothing less.
Tomorrow morning we have Adam Adkins on. He developed this piece of workout equipment. He has a very interesting story. It's like a vest with like rubber bands and shit tied to it. It'll be a good story about an entrepreneur inspired by an injury I think his kid suffered.
Like Liver King?
Yeah. Call her high.
What's up, man? It's Tom Guerin. How are you?
Tom, what's up, dude?
Hey, you were talking about speech and debate, so I had to call in.
Okay.
In high school, I was like top 50 in the country my junior and senior year, and then I did it.
Those
at a
chicks
major
would have kicked
university
your
my
ass,
freshman year of
dude.
college.
Those chicks would have fucked you
Yeah,
up.
100%. 100%. So when I was in it was literally when it all turned kind of woke, like super woke, like from 2005 to 2000. It kind of shit went crazy. But you know what? I just say about all that because I still do love high school debate. We need parents and normal people to show up, just be like, fuck you, and vote those girls down. Like, vote against that stuff. The problem is that the only people who go to these things are people like teachers and people who used to be involved in it, and they screw it up for everybody else. So, my 2 cents, man.
Hey, who like legitimately, like, I know it's not the black kids winning the debate competition. Who's winning it? Is it the Asian kids or the white kids or the Indian kids?
No, so there are a significant mix. Could be anybody. But yeah, like white kids and Asian traditionally. So traditionally that like it is white dominated.
Oh,
But
it is. I
traditionally,
would have
white
thought it
is
was
white
Asian. I would
boys.
have thought it was like Asian kids. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, the Asian kids do like math stuff and like hard. There are Asian champions, don't get me wrong, but it was a long time. Debate club was like for the George W. Bushes of the world, right? Like you had
Okay.
to be like really in and connected. And so then it's a separate, more democratized thing. And now you have like Urban Debate League, and there's all of these intentional initiatives to bring debate to the inner city, which is a good thing, but not if you're in this crap. Like it's good if you're actually talking about government policy and teaching the kids how to read a newspaper, but it's not good when you're teaching them how to read Nietzsche and like talk about gay shit.
Oh, dude, this is amazing. I'm looking at the. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm looking at pictures of the 2000. I gotta reconnect you. Your shit got fucked up. Tom, are you there? Tom. He'll be back in 1 second. Tom, are you there?
Here.
Okay, Tom. I'm looking at
Hello.
I'm looking at the champions for the 2000.
I'm here.
For the 2023 national champions. It's
Yeah.
fast. So in college, it's black, white, Mexican, black, obese. They're all obese. Black, white, white, black, Asian. Okay, so only one Asian in the collegiate level. But dude, you go to the fucking high school level.
High school. Yeah.
Dude, the
'Cause it's
Asians
prep
are
schools. It's
fucking
college prep schools.
mopping
Yeah.
that Asian. And they're all girls,
Yeah.
dude. And they're all girls. One boy.
Yeah, they're monsters. They're monsters. They could eat. They could debate nice and polite and real slow and articulate, or they can debate like those crazy people. Those Asian chicks, they will tear you up.
Only one black kid in the lower. Only one black kid out of like 15 in the
It's
middle
a very
school.
different activity, though, Sevon. The national debate tournament in high school is run by like teachers, basically like old hippie teachers, whereas the national debate tournament at the college level is run by like super left-wing progressive professors and faculty members whose full-time job is to talk about critical race theory. So like,
How do
they're
they
two
not
different
know
things.
that they're fascist? That's the part I don't get. How do they not know?
Yeah. They're very insulated in like a wall of bullshit that they've built. So like, if you talk to them, it's like, you don't understand the technical terminology that we've created in this little game for ourselves. So you can't even talk to us about feminist queer theory, right? Like they're so wrapped up in it that they can't even hear themselves. It's pretty sad, actually.
Oh, it's like someone sent me a video yesterday. They asked these girls, what are they? And this girl's like, I'm non-binary, which is a subpart of the trans, but I'm also non-sexualized, upper, non-ambulatory. I mean, it just goes on and on. I'm like, oh shit. They're playing Dungeons and Dragons, but like in real, they've just completely have their own shit going on.
Wonder who the dungeon master is.
Yeah, but the problem with that is they cut off body parts instead of just writing it down on a piece of paper. Yeah, I would encourage anybody though. Hey, especially in California, there's some really good high school debate programs. It's at like the private prep schools though, not like the public schools. You just got to find a good place for your kids in general. But it's a good activity. But that college stuff is wild. It's unbelievable. You could spend hours watching it and not even know what they're talking about.
I'm a very complex man, Tom.
Yeah, I believe that.
I'm
I've
not
listened
sure if
to you
I-
talk
I'm-
for a long time.
I'm not sure if I want the persona of the wise or the giant cock persona.
That's the duality of man.
There's a tension in how I want to present myself to the world. There's a tension in me, an unsettled tension.
Yeah.
I don't know how to present myself. I wake up every morning in a panic. How am I going to present myself to the world? Which persona am I going to put on today? The wise Buddha or the guy with the giant monster cock? Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me as I sift through this this complex character that I am.
Well, we're gonna affirm and love you no matter what you're feeling today. You just tell us
Thank
what
you.
kind of dildos you'd like us to send and where you're going to use them, and we'll just play along with you.
Thank you. I can't remember what you sent me recently, but I really liked it. It was moving. Maybe it was something with your kids, but I really
probably
liked
my
it.
family. Yeah. So this last week we were at St. Joe County 4-H Fair in Indiana.
Oh,
and,
yes.
So my life is kind of like yours in terms of, so I work a sales job, which is not like yours, but I work from home. So like I'm nonstop going with my kids and the horses. We have 6.5 acres. We're just go from morning to night. So the county fair is kind of like a celebration of the whole year's worth of work for the kids. And we take the whole week off work and we're there at the fairgrounds from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and we just live it with them. And I was wearing my CEO shirt on the 4th of July there at the fairgrounds in that picture. So I wanted to send it to you.
Oh, that's what it was. Thank you. I thought it was your kids that moved me, but it's your devotion to the show. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Back
100%.
to me. All right. Thank you.
It's a little bit of both. We hit you from both angles. We got kids and CEO. It was, can I tell you one place that you're not going to find any DEI, Sevon? That's
Please.
at the St. Joe County 4-H Fair in St. Joe, Indiana. You wanna meet people who don't give a fuck about what you think about your sexuality.
So a black
it's the
guy
real
can win
people
the
down
largest
farm.
pig competition or an Asian guy. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. As long as it's
Yeah.
the large, they
Yeah.
actually weigh and measure the pig.
Yeah, 100%. They weigh
Crazy.
and measure the pig according.
Racist.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, exactly. We don't elevate anybody above each other at the beginning of the competition.
I appreciate
Hey, there
that.
is a special ed class though, which is pretty cool.
Oh, you mean like
But they-
farming for retards? Like helps out like
Yeah,
kids
so
who have
it's like
disabilities?
kids. Yeah, it's
That's cool. I like
100%.
that. Yeah, that
Yeah.
hey dude, all kidding aside, like if I had a fucking disabled fucking kid like that,
Yeah, hell yeah.
I would immediately fucking go back to fucking nature with them. That's exactly where they're going to push.
100%.
I mean, basically, if you have boys and you don't have your boys outside fucking 80% of the time, you're just basically fucking your boys. But if I had disabled boys, like mentally disabled, I would seriously live on a farm. I think it's the
Yeah.
fastest way to heal yourself, teach yourself hard work. Yeah, that's great. I approve of that.
My kid's already been up this morning and cleaned out the gutters and done the horse chores and turned them out and cooked breakfast by himself, scrambled some eggs. He's 9. He knows how to get up and work.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
And you know what the kind of the litmus test for that is like if you only knew like one thing about kids, like and you had to pick them to do like any job, whether it's to work at your 7-Eleven, babysit your kids, or send them to law school, you would pick the farming kids. You just know that those are probably the best kids.
100%.
Intuitively, even someone like me who doesn't know shit about a farm. Okay, Tom, I have a riddle for you.
All right.
Okay. And you're probably
with
biased because you're probably some sort of religious wingnut because you go to farms
Yeah,
and shit and have
probably, yeah.
kids. But okay, here we go. If there was a woman who was pregnant and I slipped her some of those pills, like abortion pills, like those day after pills, whatever those things are,
Mhm.
and let's say she was my girlfriend and I slipped her those and the baby got aborted, do you think that I should be charged for murder?
Yes. More than murder, it would be murder as well as the crime of tampering with her drink. Like it would be more than murder. It would be like murder and like trying to poison the chick without her knowledge.
So doesn't that right there make it that abortion is murder? Like
Yeah.
do you
Yeah.
think both sides
Yeah.
agree? Both sides of the party agree with that? Like, do you think?
No.
But what about the first part? What about like let's say me and my liberal girlfriend are out
Oh,
at the
yeah.
bar and she tells me
Uh,
she's pregnant and I slip her some pills and the baby dies. Does she just laugh and be like, "Oh, what a great joke. Good job."
Yeah, no, it's the law of the land. That's actually the law in the United States of America. I mean, it is the law that if you did that, it would be
So
murder.
I guess the nuance
yeah.
there would be you can kill your own baby, you can't kill someone else's baby, which then would make it that the manufacturers of the pills with the intention of allowing people to kill babies would be, man, I just
Hey, but you know what that tells me, Sevon, is if the distinguishing factor is that you have ultimate authority over children who are your biological offspring,
yeah.
okay, and that's the differentiating factor, then why do we try to make it illegal to not let the government inject them with foreign substances the moment that they're born? And why can the government regulate what goes in their bodies after they're born? If the distinguishing factor is that I'm the parent and I'm an ultimate, why does it stop once they get out of the uterus? That's my thing.
Hey, in California, once your kid's 12 years old, they start, your kid can hide, your kid immediately, their medical records are hid from you. It's fucking nuts. Yeah.
Why 12 years old? What kind of determination is that?
I probably I don't know this for a fact, but probably some agency met it. Yeah. You know what's crazy is all my liberal friends now are getting these letters and they're like that this one's really waking them up. And you know how it happened, how they fucked up these fucking libtards. All 3 of the parents that I talked to separately all said they went to pay some bill for their kids, like medical care or insurance or something, and they couldn't pay it because all of a sudden they lost access to their kid's account.
Wow.
So look at Pat Lang. This is also a complete lie. God, you're a retard, Pat.
Yeah, it's too bad because there's people I can see having a different position, kind of like you on abortion, where you're at with it. I can talk to people, but why can't they even think it out? They can't even think it out. Like they can't talk it out loud out of their mouth without some slogan like, well, I don't have a uterus, so I can't have an opinion. When a guy says that to you, it's like, all right, you can like carry my bags or something. Like I can't handle people like that. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's nuts. I'm looking for this. I'm
Hey.
looking for this letter that parents are getting right now, really quick. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, keep doing the non-CrossFit stuff. I know you don't need me to tell you that, but this is the good stuff, dude. You know you can feed them the CrossFit crack all day long, but this is the good stuff. This is the Sevon I came to watch.
Oh, well, thank you. Hiller's always pointing out to me that these shows don't get shit for views, and he's right.
I mean, I know he's right, but that's never been. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I appreciate it. I have
Somebody
fun.
the other
I was
day
so
was
excited.
like,
I
how
get
long
so.
you been watching?
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody asked me how long I've been watching the Sevon podcast, and I was like, man, I think before the CrossFit podcast was a podcast. What was the other one called? The old CrossFit podcast. It wasn't by CrossFit, but it was like chicks and kettlebells or something. What am I thinking of? Do you know what I'm talking about? In like 2009, 2010, there was a podcast. It wasn't the official CrossFit podcast, but there was another one.
Wasn't it? There was the one that Eddie Ifta's Wadcast podcast, and then there was the barbell guys. I think one of those guys passed away.
Barbell Shrugged, yeah.
And I think the training think tank guy was he a part of them, Caleb?
CTP was part of Barbell
cameraman.
Shrugged,
CTP was.
Yeah. And then I
And
know
Alex
Arm &
Mack
Hammer was really. You know what's crazy is all these people that accuse CrossFit of like not paying attention to outside media. When I worked at CrossFit, I paid zero attention to outside media. Like I didn't go to message boards. I didn't go to Reddit. I didn't listen to anyone else's shit. I was too busy just making our own shit.
Yeah, I thought one thing. I wonder if you have any insight on this. How did Greg decide to go to Armin first? So I loved Armin.
You broke up. I think a cow took a shit on your cell phone tower. Hello?
Hello, Dad? Is he gone?
Hello? I think we
Shit.
lost him.
I think so. R.I.P. Tom. He was a real one. Your camera's frozen, so I don't know if you're actually moving, and it's stressing me out.
You know what's crazy is my internet. How's that better?
Yeah, okay, that's good.
My internet's been at 1 bar the entire show. It's crazy.
Really? Did your router disconnect or something?
The healthcare provider is not permitted to inform a parent or legal guardian without a minor's consent. At the age of 12 years old, the provider can only share the minor's medical information with them with a signed authorization from the minor. Family code 6927. You fucking moron. 12 daily doses.
LOL.
Thank you.
Okay, he's an expert. He's an expert. He knows.
So basically what happened is in 2018, you know, trying to remember exactly. I've told you guys the story before. Basically, Greg, God, it's a fucking wild story. I don't think the truth has ever been told. There's so many truths that just have not been told. And not that lies have been told, just like the real stories. And there's obviously different perspectives, but I'll tell you what was the beginning of the end. Like the straw that fucking broke the camel's back. I mean, there was obviously a lot of shit going on, but I don't know if I'm ready to bring this up. I'd prefer like maybe to wait till after the games.
That might be a good idea.
What year was it that they had the event at the ranch? 17 or 16?
Oh, when they just flew there for an event and then came back?
Yeah.
I feel like it was 16. I think it was 15 or 16 because 17 was when I went and that was in Madison.
Oh, 16. Okay, so so there was always so much secrecy around the games, and there still is. And I need to ask Dave this. I need to get Dave on the air and see how tight it's gotten now. I bet you it's crazy right now. I bet you it's the tightest it's ever been. But there was so much secrecy around the games, and I mean, just think, no one would even. I was in charge of all the fucking programming that went out on main site. I was in charge of everything forward facing. And even some of my staff knew the workouts before I did. Like two of them knew all the workouts before I did. The guys we would send out to film would know the workouts, and I wouldn't even know them. No one would ever tell me. I didn't ask. I didn't care. But it was tight. It was on a need to know basis. Even Greg didn't know the workouts. And when Greg found out that the athletes were flying up to, he found out the night before, I think. Or maybe it was even the day of. But he didn't find out that the athletes were going to the ranch until the very last minute. And Dave and I even used Greg's plane to fly up there separately, and Greg didn't even know we were doing that. Wow. Even though he told us a million times we could use his plane whenever we wanted. And when that came out, when Greg found out, I was at the dinner table, and it was me and this guy who didn't work for the company, who was just a leech on the company. That guy ended up becoming the CEO. That guy turned to Greg and goes, if I found out, if I were you, Greg, I would fire Dave right now. So imagine Dave's been running the games in complete secrecy. No, like Greg, 90% of workouts Greg never knew about, didn't know about. But for some fucking reason, this one event, because all the athletes were flying up on a I don't remember if they chartered a private Southwest flight or what they did, or if they just bought them all tickets and got every seat on the plane. But basically, they all flew up there. And when Greg found out, the tension, I was at the dinner table. Dave was not there. He was running the games. It was like, and fuck, it was nuts. I even remember the restaurant we were at. It was in Manhattan Beach. It was like a shitty Motel 6 in Manhattan Beach that had been turned into like this fucking mega hotel. It was so bizarre. It just showed, like, it just became the trendy spot. You know what I mean? They put a new coat of paint and changed the furniture in a Motel 6, and it was like nuts.
Gentrified.
I guess you would say that. And that was it. That was like the beginning of the end. That was like when all fucking hell broke loose. And that guy said he would fire Dave. And I remember when he made that guy CEO, I found out, and I called that guy and I said, hey, did Greg hire you to fire Dave? And he said to me, and I was closer to this dude than I think Greg was at the time. I had met Greg, and I both had met him together at some libertarian think tank on the East Coast, and Greg was friends with him. But then I built a close relationship with him, and he said, "Hey, from this day on out, our relationship's really going to take a big change." Yeah, Leach turned CEO, exactly. Oh God, he did some just shit I couldn't even fucking believe. It was so obvious. He was such a fucking scumbag. It was so obvious. I'll tell you just one thing. So Greg paid everyone very well in the company. People made a lot of fucking money. And he didn't believe in like yearly bonuses. He just treated everyone well. You got like $1,000 Amazon gift cards or $500 for your birthday, for Christmas. We had the best 401k plans. There was no fucking micromanaging at the company. It was just a fucking great place to work. It was fucking absolutely amazing. And this dude fucking becomes CEO, and he immediately starts implementing a bonus program that's just for everyone. That's not even based on merit. And of course, guess who got the biggest bonus? He did.
Oh. Well, that's, yeah, of course. Isn't that what the CEO of Boeing did?
And I remember telling Greg, what a fucking, a couple times I thought I was going to get fired. I'm like, wow, what? This is fucking crazy. Not only are you giving bonuses now, like just, and the staff just expect it. They're never going to be happy from that. And it's not even based on merit. Oh, it was so bizarre, the way the company took a turn. But anyway, this is getting to the question that Tom asked. And so then this guy basically fired all the media. So basically, I just remember, and this isn't going to be nice to say. I probably don't want to say this. But I remember him basically immediately embracing Arm & Hammer, the Morning Chalk Up guy, Craig Ritchie, John Woolley. And I just remember thinking like basically to start utilizing outside media. And I just remember feeling like having those guys even around just lowered our worth from like a 10 to a 4. I was just not impressed by any of those guys.
Yeah.
And I tried to give them a chance too. I tried to be nice to all of them. I was exceedingly nice, obviously, to Arm & Hammer. He's Armenian. I was exceedingly nice to Woolley. When he came to Greg's house and like everyone was ignoring him, I went out of my way several times to make sure that him and the 2 morons he was with were like knew that they could eat or get drinks or make sure that they were happy. Craig Ritchie was just an asshole.
Not much has changed.
I don't know. He seemed at the games. He seemed so nice. When I was at the games, he was so nice. Who was the other one I said? And that. Oh yeah, and the Morning Chalk Up guy was a complete piece of shit. Complete. I didn't get any fake vibes from Woolley, Craig, or Arm & Hammer, but the Morning Chalk Up guy. What was that guy's name? That guy was a posturing douchebag.
The guy that just climbed a bunch of mountains recently.
Yeah, that guy was not cool.
Fuck, why can't I not remember that guy's name?
Luke?
No.
I think Arm & Hammer might be really smart. Like really smart.
LaFranco.
Yeah, LaFranco. I think he might be really smart too. I think Arm & Hammer was really smart, really personable, kind of relaxed, but probably a little paranoid. I'm guessing he probably smoked weed or something.
Mm.
And when I say Richie was a dick, I don't know if he's actually a dick, but something was fucking like off. Like he sure as fuck didn't present well. He presented like a dickhead. But not at the games. At the games, he's nice as shit. But there's this whole generation that I don't even understand. Like, the truth is, I don't even understand Lena Richter's post. You know what post I'm talking about, where she's tripping out, like, because someone said she's not a real athlete. Like, I don't even.
Yeah.
It's not even really. I don't even know. Like, my wife would have to tell me like I'm a shitty husband for me like to like it affect me. Like, I'm not saying like I'm completely fucking have my self-worth completely internal, but like there's no fucking way. Like, no one could be like, hey, Sevon's not a real podcaster and it affect me even in the slightest. I'm even open to it.
It's like if somebody said I'm not really a vet.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't care.
Right.
I put no value, like my entire self-worth or value is not wrapped up in the fact that I was in the military.
She's clinging to a plastic wall with wooden dowels.
Right. In a swimsuit.
In her bra. I do my podcast in my underwear and my long johns.
Yeah. Who cares?
Yeah. Oh, that hurt. Now that fucking hurt.
Ooh.
Uh,
Hope your little podcast takes off.
so maybe I'm we have Cara Saunders coming on this week.
Wow.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Powerhouse.
Boy, I need to start. We have Semwa Cornway coming on Tuesday.
Nice.
Abigail Domit and Jason Hopper coming on Thursday.
Ooh, that'll be sweet.
Paige Simmons on Friday. Okay, so Sousa's been cranking. So we do have some athletes. I need to get Lazar and did Lazar's brother qualify also, Luca?
Yeah, he was just on Dave.
I got to get them on.
Dave's little 10-minute suck fest. Sorry, it's not a suck fest. It's really cool.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned for Laura Horvat.
Why?
I'm deeply concerned.
See, she just posted like today, and she looks really good.
Okay, good. I'm concerned she missed her window and she didn't seize the opportunities that were presented to her in life. I know that's a bit ambiguous.
Okay.
And now Tia's going to come back and win, and Laura's just going to you know what I mean? Just like, damn, that's an amazing photo.
Right? Doesn't she look hot?
Yeah. That's crazy.
That's a powerhouse.
So then she just became like a placeholder. You know what I mean? Like one of those obsolete games champions.
You think so?
I mean, it's
like are we comparing her to Ben Smith?
I mean, she's no Josh Bridges. You know what I mean by that? Yeah, you could say she's the female Ben Smith. She's no like Ben, just kind of like was here and then gone.
Yeah, he's like, I did it. See you later.
But it didn't strike while the iron's hot. Like Josh is like staying relevant.
Yeah, I could see that. He just went on another podcast recently too.
Laura is a superstar in life. What the fuck are you talking about? She's literally taking full advantage. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Laura not with Rad, heading in the right direction. I don't know. I was thinking that's the wrong direction. I was thinking that was a bad sign.
I don't know, man. She's
strong, up and coming company with a lot of media attention. They made some great shit with her last year. I don't know. I just think that, like, I'm starting to think Laura's just a spark. You know what I mean? Like Flash. What do they call it? Flash in the toilet? Flash in the pan? I don't think she cares about that. She might not now. You're probably right. She's probably telling herself that. You're probably right. You're probably right. But you don't care about it until you do. You don't care until you do. I'm not saying she has to whore herself out.
No.
There's did you watch The Boys? Are you caught up on The Boys?
No, I think I'm probably halfway through, and then I kind of lost interest and stopped watching it.
Did you see the episode where Homelander and Soldier Boy fight?
Nope.
You should at least watch that episode because that's the first episode where there's boobs.
Oh, okay. All right, then I'll definitely watch it then. Started getting into Newsroom. It's like a defunct TV series. They don't play anymore, but it's pretty good.
In that show, Caleb, they go into a it's a orgy for superheroes.
Okay, that's cool.
And so there's just all sorts of like fucking going on, gay and straight.
Right.
And there's just tons of boobs. And they're all just fake boobs. They're all just fake boobs, right? None of them are real boobs.
Of course.
But also in that show, there's a scene where one of the superheroes who's like doesn't age, but he's like, I think it's Soldier Boy. He's like 100 years old, but he doesn't age. And they walk into a room and he's having sex with these old ladies.
Oh.
And they're like legit old ladies playing these actresses and they're naked.
He's kind of a gilf hunter, I think.
And their boobs are real.
Oh, so they're all saggy, dripping down to their.
They're amazing. And I just realized like I'm a real boob guy. Just old, and they're kind of fat. The chicks are kind of fat. Yeah.
Oh,
they're more than over 50. I think those chicks were like 60.
Yeah. Those are gilfs.
Yeah, the name of the show was called Herogasm. It was fucking crazy.
Caleb hates boobs. I don't hate boobs. I just don't like old, saggy, droopy boobs. It's not really my thing.
Yeah, I don't think you need to watch it. I was thinking about watching the show Boys, but after hearing Sevon describe it, I'll pass. I cannot recommend it. I cannot recommend it. Oh, are you going on the Glintons podcast today?
No, I think I'm scheduled for next Saturday.
No, not better than Sporty Beth's titties.
It's coming.
But better bodies. Like they're fat, but they're not that fat. But it's a nice fat. No, do not watch The Boys. You cannot recommend it.
I think it's funny people think I'm judgmental because I have a preference about what boobs I like.
He's very judgmental. He likes ones with nipples.
Yep. I just don't like them when they're saggy. It's not really my thing.
Hey, and you're young. Your taste could change.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe 25, 30 years from now, I'll just take whatever I can get, which is probably.
Whoa. You don't have to couch it like that. You don't have to couch it like that.
I'm not going to tell my wife to do anything. She can do whatever she wants. Difficult in life. Caleb, if your wife has saggy boobs from breastfeeding, will you tell her to get a boob job? No. Do whatever she wants.
Did you watch the Douglas Murray clip that someone sent into the chat?
Douglas Murray. I don't think so.
From
this morning?
Yeah, there's music behind it. That's what sucks.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna take a 12:30 yoga class. Your dad is coming at 11. Oh, okay. All right. Did my picture get any better?
Not really.
By the way, the video contest, we have so many entries. Thank you, everyone. Who wants to win? Yeah, who wants to win $5,000? By entries, I mean just people who've logged on and marked shit. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm fucking doing a show. I have a default response when people call me. What you need.
That's it?
Yeah, what you need. Yeah. And the other day I accidentally sent it to Greg. And that's when I realized that like, I don't know, I just didn't feel comfortable sending it to him. I go, oops, that wasn't for you. Like he called and I hit that, what you need.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely
not
not
a good one. Yeah, not a good one for him.
Is this the one you're talking about?
Yo, yeah.
Let me play it.
You can, but I don't think you can. Play a little bit. I think it has music.
Men of violence. Take it.
Yep, it does. Never mind.
All right. Want to win $5,000? Enter the Two Brain Sevon Podcast affiliate video contest. Make sure you check out the rules. Are they in the show notes of every show? Like a link to the rules?
Yeah, it should be. I think the should be in there right now. Yep, it's the very first link in the bio or in the show notes. www.affiliatevideocontest.com. And it's got all the rules, and you can enter there and see who's judging them, all that stuff.
Hey, look at this Fit Aid commercial here. Watch this one. Okay, you saw that one?
Yeah.
Now look at this one.
Okay.
See, doesn't the picture quality look so much better? Look how clear
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that all? Is that our fault or their fault?
I don't know. I feel like it might be the file.
God damn, meat and fruit.
Hey, it's weird. I can play music now.
God damn, meat and fruit.
Caleb's picture quality is so much better than yours right now. I still only have now let me run a speed test. What do I type into Google speed test? Speed test.
Yeah, it should be like 1.
Run speed test.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm what's crazy is I'm hardlining in. It's not like I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm 400 down and I'm 417 down and 32 up. That's not bad.
No.
I bet you that's better than yours. Oh, I wonder what my shit. You know what? There's one more thing you have to know. What's the other thing? What's that called when you ping the tower? I have to know my ping speed.
Yeah, that's what I think it's called, ping speed.
Yeah, now, dude, now I'm 40 up. Oh, my latency is 9 milliseconds. I think that's bad. It says your internet connection is very fast. Your internet connection should be able to handle multiple devices streaming HD videos, video conferencing, and gaming at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Starlink says I have 112 megabits per second download speed, 40 millisecond latency, and 15 upload speed.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi.
Uh-oh. If you go away, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Oh my God. Somebody's pulling in with a fucking semi truck and their fifth wheel attached to it.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Like one of those, like, anyway, go ahead.
I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi. It should be fine because I'm hardwired in.
Okay.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah, it's off.
Oh.
I'm good to go. Did my picture become clear?
Negative. It's still kind of buffering itself.
Yeah, God, that's so fucking weird. Because now it says I'm connected by USB-C LAN. And I'll turn my Wi-Fi back on. God damn, that connects fast. Your internet speed in under 30 seconds. The speed test usually transfers less than 40 megabytes of data, but may transfer more data on fast connections. Yeah, you know that bar that's up there?
Yeah.
Mine just has had one dot the entire time.
Huh. Do you have a lot of tabs open?
I do.
Or like windows? I notice when my internet gets really slow, it's because I have a bunch of tabs open or like a bunch of different video windows and shit. So sometimes I have to close out of a window. And
All right, I'll probably reset my computer after the show. I wonder if my software needs to be updated. Where do I go? General? Software update?
Yeah.
Nope, I'm all good. Hey, we're live.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Hey, what would you think about me ever doing swimming on Kill Taylor?
Jesus Christ. Oh, fantastic idea. Hey, I don't want to micromanage you. You do what you want to do.
Who said Jesus Christ? Who's on show with you? Caleb?
Yeah, Caleb must have said that.
Shut the fuck up, Caleb.
Eat my pork sword, bitch.
I mean,
Yeah, he said he's really sorry.
Fuck.
He says he thinks swimming's a brilliant idea. We'll get tons of engagement.
if we announced that they needed to swim like 3 days prior to, are you kidding me? No?
No, I love it. Buddy, listen. I do the internet stuff and collect money from t-shirt sales, and you deal with programming Cell Sentinel training. That's the unofficial deal that the agency told us. I support you in whatever programming you want to do.
My wheels are turning.
Because if you shit the bed, who cares? Like if it, let's say no one does enter, then now we know.
Yeah. I really want to program running somehow.
I like that too.
I don't know how to do it. Oh. Hey, Bryson, what if it was like you have to go to a high school track? Because they're 400 meters. And then you just set up the camera and you just film them run around the track. You have
Hey, the track
thing or one exercise.
Taylor, I'm going to tell you a crazy story. So there's a track by my house when I lived in Berkeley, and I was fucking running like 59-second 400s on it.
No, you weren't.
Well, and then after a couple of years, I realized it was a 333-meter track.
He said, I'm with Bryson. He said, I'll tell him after. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
How the track just wasn't 400 meters? Was it a high school track? Or?
Yeah, it was a fucking elementary. It was at an elementary school, but it's a fucking legit beautiful track, you know, with like, I mean, it's natural grass in the center. It's fucking got pull-up bars there, just all this shit. And I'd been doing CrossFit there for 2 years, and I'm like, fuck, I am fast as fuck. And then all of a sudden I saw someone one day is like, yeah, it's 333 meters.
That's hilarious. Well, we still have people measure it after somehow. I mean, maybe just take a measuring wheel or something. I don't know.
They got to measure.
CK Kevin said it's a DEI track.
Or you know what they could do? This makes it really easy. Everybody has an iPhone. You do the workout, then after the workout, you got to walk the track or jog it with Map My Run open. It's just an app on your phone, and it tracks it.
Oh yeah. Now they got to download another app. That's cool.
Yeah, Caleb says that's brilliant. That'll be great for the show. It'll keep things moving nicely.
Okay, dude. Well, if a guy beats me, then fuck, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm just saying, it's gonna be way cooler to get outside and do cool things like that. People will want to watch that.
Okay.
And listen, Caleb. Open your globes. If people are making $2,000, it's counterintuitive to make it easier on them to just do whatever they want for the workout. Like if you want $2,000, go find a track and run it. People are going to enjoy watching that. And if you don't want $2,000, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm sick of you freaking idiots talking about the programming and when.
We're fully supportive of anything you want to do. This feels like a very collaborative effort, and we appreciate the civil conversation with you.
I love how open-minded he is.
I'm always super collaborative. You can always lean on me to be emotionally supportive. No problem.
And stable.
Fuck you. That's funny. Hey, who was that guy today on the show?
Dale Saran, that used to be the general counsel for CrossFit. Hey, listen, I do think that giving notice, how about this idea? How about the fact that as it gets more money, the prize money gets more, that you might see more weird shit like that demands more from people. But also, if you give 3 days notice, I agree with you. It's worth trying, right? Like, hey, you're gonna need a pool.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people who have asked for swimming specifically. Not that they would have a chance. You know, they really think they have a chance. But they're just big dumb idiots that they don't understand that I'm not stupid enough to program a 500-yard swim.
Do you have access to a pool?
Oh yeah, I have access to a pool. I've got a pool workout that I think it's simple enough. I don't know that I'm sure someone's done it, but it is incredibly brutal if you hit it hard. Imagine the way you feel during Fran. Now get in the water and feel that way.
Ouch. Oh, just told us the workout.
Bryson told you guys the workout?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a 400-meter run, 2 rounds, 400-meter run, 50 line facing burpees.
50?
Yeah. 2
Okay,
rounds.
I'll never do that workout now. Thanks for putting it in the comments, you dumb idiot.
Hey, and tell him like we don't like
For the month for being retarded.
like listen and tell it fuck line facing burpees. It's just 50 burpees.
It's just 50 burpees. No, you have to standardize the burpee with a line because people don't reach hip extension on a burpee and they don't jump and clap overhead.
Okay. See, that's why that's why I shouldn't weigh in. I should never even weigh in.
Collaborative effort. It's right there. Perfect.
I don't want people practicing the workout just to beat me. Only I'm allowed that convenience, Bryson. All right. Well, I didn't realize you guys were live. I'm sorry. I was watching earlier when you were on with Dale Saran. Hey, who gave him a black eye?
I think he was playing hockey and he got high sticked or something. He said last.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
Dude's a vet. You can't say that.
Group about him?
He's a veteran. You're not allowed to talk about him like that.
Is he really?
Yeah.
My text is even more true then. Did you see what I sent? I won't say it on the air. Don't worry.
Where did you send it?
I sent it to the locker room, dude. I said he looks like he got that black eye from situation.
Oh, like with a chick? I'm looking
younger, bit of a different gender.
Jesus
for
Christ.
the comment.
Okay, no, I didn't comment it. I sent it in the group. Never mind. Forget.
Is that true about your grandfather?
What about him?
That you found him?
His brother. So I was in South Carolina, and my cousin called me. Everyone else was like at work. Her parents were at work. Her brother was at work, and I was down there on vacation, staying at my grandparents' house at the time. And she called me screaming and crying that she found her. She called him Pop. She was like, "Yeah, I found Pop. He's dead," and like yelling. And I was like, "Where are you?" She's like, "I'm in the horse pasture." And I rode over there, and that entire story is true.
You rode over there on what? On your bicycle?
No, I think I drove my truck at the time over there. I was like 17 or 18. Maybe it was a golf cart. I can't remember if I drove I'm pretty sure I might have been in a golf cart. This is in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina. So I drove over there with her. She had found him first with her younger cousin.
Were there flies on him and shit?
Oh, he was peeling, bloated. Skin was peeling, bloated. I don't remember flies. It wasn't like a week long, decomposition. It was like a day. And it was just, that I want to say it kind of set me straight a little bit. I was fucking around a lot at the time, and that happened. I was like, geez, what am I doing with my life?
All right. Hey, should we invite Tyson Bajan on this week since we're giving away $2,500?
Yeah, Tyson's a great guy. You should invite him on whenever. I'm still not sure about the workout this week. I've got two really strong options. Neither of them, no one's going to have a chance with either option. I'm just not sure which I want to do.
Did the Vikings quarterback just die?
Yeah, he got killed by a drunk
Vikings
driver.
quarterback die?
Wow. Minnesota Vikings QB JJ McCarthy speaks out on shocking death of teammate Kyrie Jackson.
How'd he die?
Sounds like a drunk driver hit him.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Was it a drunk driver, Caleb?
Yeah, I know.
Ugh.
That's crazy. Hey, I got a question for you, Stefan.
Yeah.
Did you watch our most recent video where we did that workout at the lake?
No, I saw the thumbnail though on YouTube.
Wow, and you didn't watch it?
Nuh-uh. Should I?
That's pretty. I mean, that's fucked up. I don't know. I want to know if you think we should get a gimbal because we don't have one. And me and Leslie were like, "Oh, we should get a gimbal." And Bryson's like, "No, we don't need one."
It says, does it say touch the dock?
Yeah, that video. Or you can watch that one or our most recent coaching one.
Does he not want a gimbal because he doesn't want to deal with it?
He just says he doesn't think we need one.
I know, but what's the real reason?
Right, that's what I said. He said he doesn't think it would make the video any better with the gimbal, and I said I disagree. I think it would.
Is he holding the camera with his hand?
Yeah.
Is it?
So,
Does
yeah,
he have?
maybe
Does he have a monopod or a tripod?
Well, we have a tripod that we set it up on when we're like doing static shots, but he doesn't carry that around when we're like when we're moving.
The cool thing about it is if he gets a gimbal, he can put the gimbal on a tripod, on a monopod that has legs. It's like a monopod that can stand on its own, and he'll be so happy with that because he can just chill, and then you can move it around so smoothly. I mean, he'll end up liking it more. I would get some lens cleaner for your camera for starters before before you got a gimbal.
The lens cleaner is that just a spray with? You have the lens cleaner, right? Yeah, he's got the lens cleaner. We're not pros over here. We're just we're shooting and.
I know it looks fine. I just wanted to say that. You need a blower. It's like a chicken baster.
Bryson said it's $500.
Yeah, it's like you just need to order a blower, like camera blower too. You should get a camera blower, and then you could, because you don't want to wipe the lens and scratch it. You can just blow probably that shit off. Oh shit, Bryson gets to work out on video too.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like it's a hassle.
That's DEI shit. Hey, and he works out.
DEI, he's white.
I know, but just he's the
But
B
he's
team.
he's
He
not
might
a
as well.
split.
He might as well not be.
That's why you don't see me on the camera working out.
Yeah, he's mullet. I would say that's what he identifies as.
Or handicap. You could just put him a handicap.
You too. That should be a Kill Taylor workout.
400 meter in a wheelchair for time.
That'd be perfect. But yeah, so I was thinking about a gimbal. Okay, he has a blower. He's got to learn how to use it. So he has a blower, a gimbal. Oh, you were saying a monopod.
You try to get your new watch in every shot now. Jesus Christ. Oh, you're drinking a Fit Aid.
Was I?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sick.
That's some authentic shit.
Yeah, but I didn't get that one for free, dude. Yo, tell your guys they're gonna send me a Fit Aid or what?
Oh my God, I got so much Fit Aid showed up in my house yesterday.
Wow, that's fucked up. I pay Andy like $200 a month just for Fit Aids.
You're the star of the show and you haven't even got it.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I need all of them. Okay, so gimbal.
Blower.
All right, well, we definitely he's got a blower. He just doesn't use it, but he's gonna use that. We're gonna get a gimbal because I want to use that for the games. We're gonna do our own behind the scenes at the games. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh wow. One of my friends' kid just won national surf title. They just sent me the picture. Wow, that's crazy.
All right, well, I was just wondering about the swimming.
Okay.
All right, you guys. Caleb?
Yes.
See ya.
Okay, bye.
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 He shouldn't ask me about workouts because, like, I just think, like, I'd rather just be mad at him when the show starts. Like, what? What the fuck's happening? Are you out of your fucking mind?
I think it'd be cool though if he could make it work. I feel like the signal at a pool would probably be really shitty. So then you're trying to record him and Bryson or whoever the fuck else trying to swim. Unless it's not, they can prove us wrong. They did like a test run of it. It'd be really cool. Be like how Crash did their swim workout. Maybe they can get like an underwater camera cover or whatever.
Do you think people are cooler who don't comment on Instagram and YouTube, or people who comment? Like just generically speaking. I know it's a pretty broad generalization.
Barring our comment section, like barring this like chat.
No, not this chat. I mean, just like on YouTube or Instagram.
Yeah, I don't. People who like the general population of people who comment are just so fucking annoying. I don't think they're as cool.
Like, I kind of admire Dave that he doesn't ever comment anywhere ever.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm sure he's super busy, so he doesn't super care to like look into having opinions about shit like that, you know?
And I also appreciate the way Sousa just will go on Instagram accounts just to like say funny comments.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just like, I'll do what Sousa does, where I'll just write a comment and see
like how many likes it gets, right?
Yeah.
Like
right.
you just want to say something so funny and just be like, hey, yeah.
Something like super inflammatory. Like the timing works perfect and you just send it out there and you just see what people say.
That's a fun game to play.
Yeah. I did it on the CrossFit post like a couple weeks ago when they posted about the new hero workouts. And it was great. It was cool to watch.
What sucks is when you get there late and you know you have a good comment, but most of the traffic's already come and gone, so no one's going to get to see your genius.
Yeah. Or if somebody else, like you think of a comment and you go to write it, and then the very first liked comment is like the same idea or the same thing.
No, I could give a fuck how many likes I get. This is different. This isn't like this is like sport. This isn't like this isn't like you feel bad if you don't get likes. It's just like
I just want to do better at social media than everybody else.
Yeah, this is different. This is just like it's like my kid learning a magic trick and then he wants to show people. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. You can follow your heart and still play the get likes game. Yeah. My chat in here is a sport. Yeah, like that.
There you
go.
See, like when you comment some shit, it's gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, it's like it's like fighting. It's like chess. You're playing a little chess.
Right. Exactly. I'm trying to podium in this chat. It's funny.
Is that what she said? I'm trying to podium.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that one. That could get a lot of likes right there.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like just a solid contribution.
That's right.
What were we just talking about? Likes, chat, Instagram. Damn, I wanted to look something up.
How you admire Dave and Sousa's commenting ability or inability?
Yeah, it was something along. I had 1 million likes once I received $0.
1 million likes on what? What did you say?
I think he's stoned.
Oh, right. He lives in a van down by the river, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see if Andrew has anything good. Andrew's been busy editing.
Yeah.
I mean, he must be because he's usually
quiet.
so active on Instagram, and he hasn't posted anything in 2 days. So that means we have a Hiller video must be coming out shortly.
Something big's coming, I think.
Yeah. I like this. The thing is the stuff that I think's my best shit never gets any love. I suck at social media.
Yeah.
Andrew's like, dude, you filmed that? You filmed the TV and posted that? I'm like, yeah, what's wrong with that?
That's what's wrong with that.
I really liked this yesterday. I was so proud of this. Let's see how many likes. How do I see? So this has 54 likes.
Yeah, and 3 comments. It doesn't even make sense.
God, I suck. Like the post doesn't even make sense.
No,
I know because I know I'm a mess. I know it doesn't.
One more thing. I'm not Starlight anymore. My name is Annie January. And I fucking quit.
I know.
It's so bad.
Hey, my
How
wife.
do you have so many followers, dude?
And then the comment has nothing to do with what I posted.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I was just like excited about. I saw her say that, and I started laughing my ass off. Like she said her name, and I'm sitting in the living room with my wife, and I'm fucking dying because she said her name's Annie January. It sounds like a porn star or something. So I start laughing, and then my wife hears me like playing it on my phone. She goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm making a post. I like that." My wife must think I'm fucking crazy.
She's like, "What?"
It doesn't even make sense. I don't get it either. I don't understand this post, Heavy. I don't either. Basically, I was
from the heart, man.
I was so excited when they showed boobs. I'm like, holy fuck, babe, we're seeing titties. And then it was just like 10 minutes of titties. So I was excited about that. And then because I just seen so much dick, 2.5 seasons of cock. And then this happened, and I was just like, I guess I'll just mesh it together. Andrew probably fucking threw his phone. 54 likes.
Dude. It probably has like 100 views or something.
How do I know? This says 178 likes.
Here, let me look.
Look at this. This is a fucking screenshot that someone sent me in my DMs about being warned by Instagram that I'm a fuck up.
This is
it's like my biggest post. Jesus criminy.
That reel that you posted has 6,600 views.
Which one?
The one of fucking Annie January.
You know how many views? So 6,600 people saw it, but only 54 people clicked the heart.
Exactly, dude.
Hey, that means that people hated it. There becomes a point where the likes just mean people hated it.
Like, okay, so this one has 54 likes, and this one has 178 with similar views.
How can you see the views? How come I can't see the views?
You have to click the Reels tab on your desktop.
Oh, man. I just don't get a lot of views. I see these So someone said they had 1 million views the other day.
1 million likes on a.
How do I see what the most views I've ever had on a post?
The CNN one got pretty big. 13.3 thousand.
Damn, my shit sucks. I posted a mariachi guy that looks like Graciano, and it got 258 likes.
Oh shit! Oh, this.
How about that? Oh yeah,
that one's pretty good. It's literally just a picture.
That's what I mean. Oh, look at I posted look at the one I posted to Allison NYC. I think she collabed with me. That was a mistake. You should never. No one should ever collab with me. God, I suck.
It was a mistake for her, but it did wonders for your feed.
Anyway, I always look at people like who I just think are just complete douche canoes. Like I'll go see how many followers they have, like people in our space.
Mm.
And like you ever drive a shitty car and you drive around and play the game looking for a car shittier than yours?
Yes.
You ever play that game? So I used to drive this truck and I would be like, I want to see if I can ever find a car shittier than mine. I never could. That's how I feel about my Instagram following.
See one that's worse. Try to find one.
Yeah,
that's
I'm just looking for someone who sucks more than me. I should just post more on my kids. I should stay off of Instagram except to do research for this show, and I shouldn't even try posting.
Maybe.
Oh, there's one more thing I want to show you.
Caleb plays that game with his house. Yeah, that's right.
That's fucked up.
Show me a house that's worse than mine, and I'll give you a fucking high five.
You drive around the neighborhood looking for a home worse than yours?
Yeah, there's no way. My RV is nicer than my house.
Rambler, stop posting this. I would never even use a Sony A7 IV. It's a shit camera. There, take that. Caller, hi.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
It's Chris.
Chris, hi.
Oh, hey, Chris.
Hi.
Hi.
I had to call in.
Oh, because
this is my favorite topic.
Oh, what
Yeah,
would
just fucking around.
what Instagram or what?
Yeah, just fucking around, looking at comments, joking around.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, just wanted to say hi. I don't think I've called since PK's birthday.
Who's PK? Oh, Philip Kelly. Where is Philip?
Philip
Where
Kelly.
is Philip Kelly? Does he still listen to the show?
I think he just is so busy now.
He got a
He's
life.
really coaching a lot. Yeah, he's alive, and his son's a really good baseball player, and
Oh,
his
that's right.
daughters.
I talked to him,
yeah,
and he's got really immersed in raising his kids. That's right. Okay.
I know.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's everything else? What are you up
I
to?
just-
Aren't you the burpee guy? Didn't you do 100 burpees every day for
no.
like a week or something?
Yeah, I did 10 days. I
Oh.
did 10 days. Yeah, that burpee guy, he inspired me when I first came into the chat.
But you're different than the burpee guy. Chris.
No, yeah, I'm not the burpee guy. I'm the tennis pro.
Oh, shit. Oh, you're the one who
Yeah,
sent me
I'm
the
a tennis
tennis racket. Did you send me tennis rackets?
No,
Oh,
I
not
haven't
that
sent
tennis pro.
anything.
Okay.
I'm entertainment. I don't.
Okay. Hey, how long do you think you can take off from tennis before your skills erode?
Well, I don't really hit that much anymore. I mean, I'll hit in with practices. You know, where they have like a high level clinic, and you probably have kids that are probably like 11 to like 17 years old. And he's probably got brought in younger because he's pretty talented, is my guess.
Hey, dude, I want to read something to you. Ready? I wonder what you're. Hey,
Yeah.
how often do you coach?
I coach. So I have a high level clinic, and we meet 15 hours a week, Monday through Friday. Actually, I take that back. 18 hours a week. And then the kids play tournaments on the weekend, or at least that's the goal.
Okay. My coach has told my kid to stop playing tournaments.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that interesting? Because he said he doesn't want him to get burnt out on it. Because my kid really likes playing tournaments. But let me read this to you.
Yeah.
So I met with the tennis coach the other day. He said, "Hey, first, God, I don't know if I should tell this story. I don't know if my friends listen to this show."
Well,
basically, the tennis coach like gave my kid a lecture the other day saying he's not trying hard enough, right? And it was very aggressive. And
look, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is he a foreign coach?
No. But he's a really good coach. And I know he's
Okay.
good just because he's obsessed. He's obsessive. He's solid. And everywhere I go with my kids, people are like, "What the fuck? Your kids like really know how to play tennis." Like everyone comments on their stroke and just all that stuff.
Yeah, beautiful. They have beautiful games.
So he says my kid's not trying 100%. And like, so the deal with my kid is my kid doesn't know how to try 100%. And so that's like, it's not his,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean by that? Like my kid has 100% focus. He has 100% attendance. Like he's good at everything, but he just doesn't know how to give 100 yet. And I don't care. Like he'll either figure it out or he won't. You know what I mean?
Okay. I do know what you mean.
He doesn't have the eye of the tiger.
I've had to coach that before.
Okay.
Like you have some kids that are absolutely off the charts gifted, and you have to sort of guide them into going a little farther than. But that's what tournaments are so great. You get to see all those emotions really seep out.
Yes. And so my kid like yeah, like it's like the only thing I can think of, because I wasn't an athlete, but it's kind of like like if you're playing frisbee or something, or football catch, and all of a sudden you're finally warmed up, and then all of a sudden someone throws a ball and you think you can catch everything, and you kind of like start diving, and you don't even know you're diving. Like you'll dive onto a car, on concrete, into bushes, like you don't care. You're just like the world goes away, and it's just about making the catch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've had one moment like that. Yes.
Just completely fucking nuts. Okay. So, so he's like, "Hey, I think that maybe he thinks that the cause is that maybe my kid doesn't appreciate the opportunities that he has, because my kid has a ton of opportunities because this coach is so good, right? And he has parents who can bring him there or whatever. Anyway, and like I don't think that's what it is at all. I just think that my kid
Right.
just, it hasn't clicked for him yet. But anyway, so he made this list of things for me that, and he thinks my kids are like normal kids, which is weird. Like
Yeah, they're not normal at all.
no, they're
They're
not
like,
normal. And even like
way
psychologically,
above.
like he thinks like you can manipulate them like other kids, and they just don't they don't work like that. But I'll give you some examples. So he gave me this list of 4 things like he'd like my kids to do, and so one of them is like be sweating before every class. Totally agree, right? So show up 20 minutes early and have my kids sweating prior to every lesson. Got it. And we've already we've already been, and I always show up 10 or 20 minutes early and warm my kid up anyway. But now the other day he said, hey, Avi, I really want you to be sweating. I totally get it. I think that's great. Then it says, give back to the game. Before starting the lesson, he has to show me 10 pieces of trash that he picks up while walking through the academy. I'm struggling with that one a little bit because I don't want my kid looking around down for trash. And I already pick up trash. I'm already set a good example for my kid. But I could see like telling my kid like, hey, I want you to take pride in the academy. And if you see any trash, make sure you pick it up. Or hey, every time you come to the court, let's look around and make sure the court's cleaned up.
Damn. I mean, it's almost like he's trying to teach your kid how to be like a good human or something. I mean, that's kind of your job.
Right.
Just teach my kid to be a good fucking player. And
But I'm open to all of it because I really like the coach. I love the guy. But I'm just like, hey man, like, that's
But it's
good.
not like your
Audrey,
kids are just rich kids.
leave it better than we found it. Yeah, that might be a good lesson. Hey, does the court look nicer than when you found it? Anyway, okay. So then,
that's a big deal to us. Yes, I agree.
1% better every day. On a daily basis, he jumps 200 jump ropes, shadow each stroke 5 times, and he gives out this whole thing of like things he should be practicing. And I get that, and I'm kind of okay with that. And but also like my kid trains so fucking much already. Like my kid does 500 jump ropes at the beginning of every jiu-jitsu class. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, I get it. You want him to like practice strokes, and then he wants him to he wants him to show up to class with for every private lesson that's an hour long. He'll set aside 20 minutes that Avi comes there and tells him what he would like to work on. I will set aside 20 minutes of every lesson to work on whatever he wants. He must come with something he wants to work on every week.
Okay.
But he wants him to start playing regular matches and me to organize those matches with other kids who are at the academy.
Okay.
So those are 4 things like he's trying to for implement. You like him? Okay. But I just want to be
have you had this conversation with this coach? Like, hey, I want my kid to be, to have a UTR, like a really high UTR. So for people that don't know, it's like a universal tennis rating. And so like if you're going to go play in college, they look at that particular rating and that can get you into places. So if I had this conversation with a parent, like, listen, like we want to see if we can get this kid to the next level, then these are the kind of things I would say. But if I know a kid's doing jiu-jitsu and he's homeschooled and he's got surfing and 5 other things, I'm like, okay, we got a well-balanced kid here, and I'm going to make sure I keep that balance. Otherwise, I don't want to just be pushing a kid in one area that he's never going to be able to devote as much time because he's so, active in other things, I guess.
Yeah. So I think that's it. I think he sees that Avi's ready to go to the next level and it's going to happen in the next couple of years. And he wants me to accommodate his plan for that, which I'm really excited about. But on the other hand, like, I really just want, like, I'm not interested in a UTR or a UTI or a VAG or a DICK. Like,
I'm not either anymore.
Like, I just want Avi to keep playing and him feel, like I would be happy if he was the best tennis player in Santa Cruz, right? And I would be
and my guess is he probably will be.
And this coach
like
is
if he just keeps playing.
And my coach is so fucking good at tennis and so obsessed with tennis, right? He's young still. He's like 34 years old and he's obsessed. And I love that.
Yeah.
And he stays up at night thinking about it. And I always try to send him videos on Instagram that I've seen of tennis, and he always writes back, "I've seen this." Always. Yeah. But on the other hand, I just want to be like, "Hey, dude, can't we just I don't know.
Yeah, there's all like in my mind, I totally get this. I came from a place just like this, where everybody was a tournament player. The adults were tournament players. The kids were tournament players. Everybody was just moving in that direction. We had our own training facility, like, you know, weights and all of that stuff. So we were just locked in. But at some point, it's really tough if you're trying to coach a kid to be like that, and you know they're not able to devote that much time. It's just really tough. So then I just try to do the best I can with the time I have with them and make sure that they're having fun and we're still being competitive.
And here's
not just competitive.
Here's the other thing,
because
Chris.
the kids do burn out.
Here's the fucking stinger. I wanted a coach who would push harder than I felt like I could go for my kids. Like I wanted him to want more for my kids that I wanted, and now I've gotten it, and I'm I feel like I want to push back, and it sucks. So I'm like just processing all that right now.
Yeah, I actually, I don't know if I told you this or text, but my best player ever was an Armenian girl. She's actually 15. She's now playing in Serbia. She went to Florida. She did all of the things. Her dad was a dentist, Armenian dentist.
Djokovic is from Serbia, right?
Yeah, he's from Serbia. Yeah, and they're big fans of his. And anyhow, she ended up, you know, I was that coach for her until I couldn't provide her the kind of, you know, kids at her age and level. So they started to look for regional places, USTA regional places. They didn't like that. The dad wanted something harder. So they found a couple private coaches in Florida, and then she's now at an academy. I think Chris Everett's academy. And then I just found out she's in Serbia. So it's all in. I can understand that coach thinking, oh, if you want to be the best you can be, you've got to be all in.
Yeah.
Because it's such a young, competitive, international sport. I know
that's why we try to pin. That's why we try to pin girls' ankles to their ears, because they need to know that we're at our best when we're all in.
You're class of 90.
All in, class of
90. I
'90.
laugh at all your jokes.
What year did you graduate high school?
Yeah, 1990. I'm 52.
Oh
yeah.
shit, you sound so young.
I have a very young voice. I have a young spirit.
My cousin's girlfriend is Romanian, Rambler says. Yeah, he said Armenian. Drop the
Armenian. Yeah. He told me, he goes, I want you to coach her like she was your kid. And then I had to tell him, I can't have you near the court anymore because she's crying because you're, wanting the absolute best from her. And then I'm trying to tell her what's going on. So she feels double pressure.
I haven't been kicked off the training facility in more than 2 years. And I love it when other parents get in trouble. Like I'm so satisfied by it. Hey, you know what he even lets me do now, because they're like, while they're training, I'll walk around on the court with the ball thing, picking up balls, and I'm not even a distraction. You know what I mean? Like I've seamlessly integrated. But I used to get fucking nasty looks. I even had to run lines one time. Armin. Oh, wow.
His name is Armin Tamanian.
Yeah.
Armin Tamanian. Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. I used to tell him, please don't pick up the balls. I want the kids to pick them up. They got to learn to do it. He just couldn't help himself.
Yeah, I pick up balls. Well, you know why I do it? Because I'm such a fucking Jew. I don't want my kid wasting time picking up the fucking balls.
That was probably his reason.
Do you know what? Oh yeah. Armenian Jews wish they were Armenians. We out-Jew the Jews, for sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had multiple lessons a week. I mean, she was like 6 years old, 5, 6 years old. He was like, let's go. Wow.
And I think the problem also is Avi's been going to this guy since he's been 4. And I think this guy's struggling because Avi's so fucking cool and they've built a friendship.
Yeah.
And I think
it's a lot of time on the court. Yeah.
Even though like you could never see it because this guy's as serious as a heart attack, but every once in a while I'll see him crack and like be friends with Avi, and I'm like, ooh, That's probably like not somewhere. I mean, and if you didn't know them, you wouldn't even know it because this guy is like so by the book. But I see them crack. Hey, my wife on April Fool's, Chris, my wife wrote me. I was driving Avi to tennis practice last year, and my wife wrote me a text that said, "Do you know this story?"
I think I do, but I'm forgetting.
Okay,
It's not the weed.
No. She writes me a text saying, "Hey, just so you know, Avi was talking to me before class, and she's just now when you were on your podcast, and he says he's done with tennis. He wants to quit, and I think we should seriously listen to him." And I'm fucking like 5 days a week in 4 years straight of just tennis, with my kids, and I'm just thinking to myself, okay, is she out of her fucking mind? Like, why is she even accommodating this? She should have just taken a deep breath, put him in the car, and just move forward, right? And so we get to fucking tennis, and he gets out of the car, and my brain's racing, a mile a minute.
Oh, I'm sure.
And we get there, and I'm sitting down, and I call her, and right when I call her, I realize it's April 1st. And I'm like, you bitch, right? So she starts laughing.
That's what it was?
Yeah, it was just an April Fool's joke. And I didn't.
That's really good.
Yeah, that was good. And it was also I always like when she does April Fool's jokes on me because I feel like it's like I did acid. Because like one time she told me she was pregnant and kept me going for like an hour. This is when we were really young. And so I get to see like all these decisions like go through my brain. Anyway, so I get there and I show the fucking instructor the text. And he turns fucking white. And I didn't think he was going to give a fuck.
Yeah.
And he's all fucked up. And so I let him sit with it for a few minutes. And then I told him, he's like, hey, dude, not cool, dude. I go, what do you mean? He's like, I didn't need to sit with that for that long.
Whoa.
And then he goes, hey, send me that text. So I sent him a copy of the text my wife wrote, and he showed other parents, and other parents were freaking out that my kid was going to stop doing tennis. He played the same joke on all them. And at that point, I realized, oh, shit. Like, I mean, I always know he adds value wherever he goes because he's so focused, listens so well, so nice to the other kids. But that's when I knew. I was like, oh, shit, this guy's fully invested.
There's so many, I can definitely make so many correlations between tennis, coaching, and I'm sure a lot of our CrossFit coaches feel too. But like when a player leaves or you hear that they leave or I haven't had too many, but I've had some, and it really is crushing, just like, I'm sure losing a member at a gym to another gym or something. It's just,
I mean, can you imagine
just any of those things?
What's the guy's name who comes on this podcast a lot? The black guy, super fit, James Townsend. Can you imagine when James Townsend lost Mal?
I can't.
Me neither.
It's almost like you can't eat. Like you want to throw up.
It was like he lost his daughter.
Because it's that relationship.
Yeah.
That's tough. I haven't had anything I haven't had any professional level of players, anything like that. So I'm sure that's next level as well. But
yeah,
still.
I always think about that, the James Townsend Mal thing. I mean, I don't know how close they were, but you can tell James Townsend's like as real as they get and passionate, and he must have been just like, he probably made himself so vulnerable in that relationship. I mean, he definitely probably crossed what quote unquote the professional line. You know what I mean? And like you don't see, and you might not even know it until
and
like I didn't know
the result.
I didn't know how
like,
important
right? Because you saw this through.
Yeah, and I didn't know how important.
And now she's not.
Right. And I didn't know how important Avi playing tennis was to me until my wife did that to me. Like if someone would have asked me some other time, I would have been like, nah, it's whatever he wants to do. But I was rocked.
It is wild. Like, cause I've had some relationships with kids. We had to make a move. I used to be at a really nice indoor club. We had a nice outdoor facility. Some really crazy stuff happened there. We had like a really nasty owner there that just had a horrible breakup. But anyhow, I've had some kids where I've spent a lot of time on the court with them, and you can see that they're talented. We have a great relationship. They're humble. They're smart. They're doing all these things. And you're like, man, you have these goals sort of set in your mind for them. Like, oh my gosh, we're going to get this kid. Like he's going to be number one on his high school team by freshman.
Yeah.
We're probably going to be looking at, we start making these goals in our head, and I use these things as carrots and, like, hey, just so you know, there's another level. And so when you hear a kid stops playing or they moved or something, that's tough. Yeah. And as a parent, I've
Caleb,
had my kid come home too.
This morning, dude, Caleb told me he's going to go work for the Buttery Bros.
Shit, man. Gotta do what you gotta do.
I was devastated, Chris. But the show must go on.
I believe everything. Are you being serious? I believe everything. Damn it.
No, dude. That'd be silly.
I didn't think so.
Hey, they won't tolerate a shitty Starlink Starlink connection.
Yeah, right.
Caleb fits in perfect here.
You're mobile. You have a mobile unit. Listen, the Sevon media realm is mobile. We're lean, right? You're lean.
How crazy is that this fucking guy goes to a fucking campground and gets Starlink so that he can do the show? Doesn't even tell me. That's fucking badass.
Whatever you gotta do, man.
Yeah. You're making your future. You're manifesting your future. You're like,
by stealing
this is what you
Caleb's
want in
present.
your life.
I'm manifesting my future by stealing Caleb's present.
He's a celebrity.
Caleb's in the Sevon Matrix.
Yeah.
How much is your Starlink per month, Caleb?
I think it's like $150 a month.
Will you
It's not
disconnect it when you're done with the camper?
Probably, but I don't know. It's nice to have it. Like, I have a feeling once I'm done with this school down here, I'll just travel around a bunch. So,
hey, you know who, Chris? You know who else? I was watching Dave's podcast that he's been doing with people, and he's on Starlink at the ranch. The ranch has horrible internet, and I heard he was on Starlink, which makes me think that we should try doing a mobile event. I really want to do a 48-hour competition somewhere. I really want to make a reality show. I want to make a CrossFit reality show. Yeah.
12 men, 12 women. Yeah, I love it. 48 hours.
I wonder if Dave would let me do that at the ranch, or if that would be conflict with CrossFit.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but something's can't keep going this way.
We must grow.
Seems like something new, something exciting.
Do you live in Texas? No, you live in Florida.
I'm in Missouri.
Oh, Missouri.
St. Louis.
Oh,
Missouri.
are you going to the CrossFit Games?
No. No, I didn't. No, listen, nobody could have been a bigger fan than me last year. I went to everything. Well, I mean, not that there's that much, but there's semis. I live in St. Louis. We flew to Pasadena. We had a great time, met a bunch of people. Fun event. Okay, felt a little weird though. Like, just felt like there was kind of a weird little cliquey kind of like CrossFit. I don't know. It was just a weird vibe we had.
In Pasadena?
And then, yeah, in Pasadena. It was weird. I wasn't the only one. And then what happened? Then we went to the games, and the games were great. Love the games. The games are great. And then we went to Rogue, and the Rogue was horrible.
Oh, it was? Why do
It
you
was
say
just
that?
bad weather. And,
Oh.
well, it was bad weather, and it was just, it just seemed like things were rushed it and I don't know. It was tough.
It was fun to watch online.
But again, great fun. Yeah, good. I mean, it's really hard.
Do you think a
to
lot
have
of
a bad
people thought
time.
that about Rogue? Do you think people weren't happy with Rogue? The people who went?
I mean, I don't know how you could be really that happy.
Oh,
with that,
interesting. I've never
Not
heard
that
that.
I have anything bad to say about anybody there, but it just was like,
The vibe was so good at the
I mean,
games.
it
Was the
was-
vibe? Is the vibe like that at Rogue? The vibe at the games is dope.
yeah, the vibe at the games is very festival like, and I'm new to this, so I don't really have a lot of history with it, but I loved it. I mean, I could just, no shirt on, just having fun, hanging out, just watching beautiful people and being around happy people, and just was great. Especially when you've been, over the last 4 years, all this craziness. It was nice to be in a community of sane people.
Audrey said we couldn't watch the last event, so we left, got drunk, and fucked.
she's great.
All right. Well, thanks for calling. Good talking to you.
Yeah. I love you guys.
Love you too, buddy.
Have a great day.
Okay. Bye.
All right.
Later, Chris.
Bye-bye.
All right. I got a little lightheaded just now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was weird.
You had breakfast?
No. Oh, I got a note from Gavin Newsom.
Another one, huh?
Folks, listen. I was at the White House with President Biden and a number of other governors a few days ago. I heard 3 words from him. He's all in. I heard
That's the only 3 words he probably gave him.
And so am I. Look at the last 3.5 years under Joe Biden. It's been a masterclass. 15.6 million jobs created, 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. Gun safety legislation, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, and infrastructure package to rebuild this country. God, can you imagine thinking gun safety, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, infrastructure package to rebuild this country? Who does that shit work on? That kind of talk. Joe Biden has delivered, and we need to deliver for him in this moment, for him and for Democrats everywhere. For him? For Democrats? How about just for fucking people? We're talking about the fate and future of our democracy, this country and the world. They all need us right now. God, he's a scumbag. This is the guy, by the way, who they said, hey, why did you censor information going to the public about COVID? And he said, because they're not smart enough to understand it. He censored information because he thought we weren't smart enough. He said that out loud.
Of course.
That's all I intend to do, and I hope you'll join me. Make a contribution to the Democrat. Oh, then he asked for money.
Of course. Listen to all these hypotheticals that I plan on doing. Give me money to do it.
Oh.
Even though I'm not going to.
Billion. So how about this one? This is from Joe Biden. I just got this 17 minutes ago. Sevon, we got word Trump outraised us last quarter. Billionaires flooded Trump's campaign coffers over the last 3 months, powering the convicted felon and wannabe dictator to a $331 million fundraising haul. I think we got our house. I think Sousa got the house in Texas for the team, and I got a hotel room. I got a flight already. I'm showing up on Saturday. Wow. Mavic 3 Pro. Learn. I got a Mavic 3 Pro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that a drone?
Yeah.
The DJI Mavic 3 Pro Cine First Use Guidelines.
I didn't get the Cine. I just got the Pro.
In this video, we will show you how to use DJI Mavic 3 Pro and Mavic 3 Pro Cine for the first time. Preparing for...
You know what I think I can do if I had to reinvent myself?
What's that?
Oh, let me see. Mavic 3 Pro auto track. I think I could just go to the beach and I could active track, using active track, how good is it? I think I could just go to the beach and I could just active track surfers and then just come home, post it to Instagram, and then just put a link and be like, hey, if you want to buy this footage for yourself, I'll sell it to you for $100 a clip. and I could just track like 20 surfers a day. And I think in 3 years, I'd have a huge business.
Yeah. You for sure can do that. My dad has one of those too, and we just fuck around.
He has a
with it.
Mavic Pro 3?
Maybe not a Mavic Pro 3, but he does have a drone like that.
Today we're talking about focus track on the Mavic 3 Pro and is it any good in a variety of different tests. We know on the Mavic 3 series that this has the same focus track and it is easily the best.
It has 3 cameras, dude.
Out of
That's nuts.
The portable drones that DJI offer. The ability to be able to go onto the on-screen display and tell the drone where you want it to track you from on a clock face, and it will keep up because of
He's
the
got a
speed
Mini.
and power of this drone. But the Mavic 3 Pro has a couple of tricks up its sleeve because of these new lenses on the top of it, and you can use these in both active track and spotlight, which is what I've been testing out. So let's get into that video. But first, if you do enjoy drone,
shut it.
We've got 3 lenses now, and they're all dedicated lenses, so no digital zoom is needed here. And this makes this spotlight or focus track mode even better. So first, we've got that 3x tele lens, which is a 70mm
70 mil.
equivalent, and you can use this camera in both spotlight, POI, and active track. And the 7x 100.
What's POI?
I don't know. Let's find out.
And then
66mm camera. It can be used in POI and spotlight mode. Currently, that's not supported in active track. And I think the reason for this is because it's 166mm. You're going to have that drone.
Pardon me?
Pixels of interest?
Oh, interest. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Really far away.
That's kind of a tracking.
Otherwise, the camera's going to be zoomed in that much, it's going to be just unwatchable. So because the drone's really far away, just to be able to use that 7x zoom, you know, it's going to be hard to actually keep track on something like a person. That's my overall feeling why we don't.
That's your feeling?
Have the option to use the 7x zoom in active track.
This guy's pissing me off already.
Thankfully, we can use the best camera I think on here, which is this 3x tele lens, and this works in active track and it works really well. So after a little bit of warming the cars up, I wanted to test out active track and spotlight mode using these new lenses. So first, let's try the 3x lens, which is that 70mm equivalent, allows you to get much closer to the action. You simply just drag a box around where you want to track, and that's it. So now it was blue hour, so light was going down fast, and you can see the quality is still great with that F fast. So we thought, let's just go for it. So you just hit go, and then the drone will track you. But I can also change the position of the drone, even in that 3x zoom, using this fantastic on-screen display that we get on the Mavic 3 series. So I can have it from the back, left, right, forward, off center, top right, wherever I want that drone to be, and it works great. But you can also see that even from a fast start, the drone is able to keep up with the car and then track it to get this really good shot of the drone going into the distance. You still also have the option that you can adjust the gimbal tilt as well in this mode. But you've also got spotlight mode as well, where I have a bit more control manually. And here the drone is flying sideways 20 miles per hour in 35 miles per hour winds. And it's using the
I want to know if that thing starts moving around, if the camera actually moves and tracks the drone like on the Inspire. Here, cross that. POI relies on seams or contrast of pixels. If an object turns too much or it goes in trees across it, sometimes it fails. Okay. Yeah,
What
who
is it,
needs
a $3,000 fucking drone?
Yeah, it's like $3,800 if you want to get the good controller, and then another $1,000 if you want to get the goggles and the joystick. I got it all. Yeah, here we go. Eric Weiss, seems pretty easy to do this for a 5K run at the games and make it 1,000 times more interesting. Yeah, totally. I mean, you could put up 4 of these.
That'd be fucking awesome.
At least Joe Biden answered every question and knew all the answers. Is that a joke? Because that's what his wife told him?
Embarrassing.
All right. Oh shit. This show's gone over 3 hours.
It's gone 4 hours.
All right. Time to go eat.
Serious show.
Did Hiller post a video?
No, I don't think so. I think it's probably coming in the next day or two.
Oh yeah. Did you watch the Bryce Danny video?
No. Not wasting my time watching that.
I think we've had a 4-hour podcast before.
Really?
I want to say. So is the behind the scenes confirmed? No, they haven't sent out we applied for media credentials, and then there was a second tier level of media credentials called enhanced credentials. Something like that. I forget. So I applied for those for me and Will Brandstetter and Souza. So we're waiting to hear back on all of it, but it should be any day now. Man, I'm just feeling confident.
That'd be wild. Be fucking crazy.
If I did or didn't?
Did.
Oh, I think I'm going to. I feel very confident. I felt very confident for a long time, even though a lot of people were telling me that I wasn't going to get access. I feel like last year was like just crazy that I got access. Hello?
I know you don't care, but what if CrossFit sends out another email saying that they don't support you? This is not a CrossFit video documentary.
They could send an AI out of me fucking eating Sporty Beth out as long as they give me access. I'm cool.
Yeah, you don't give a shit.
Yeah, I just want access. I just want access to Dave and Boz and Heather and just like the inner workings. And I want access to the athletes, the warm-up area and the corrals, and then get as close as I can to the floor. And I'm good. And I promise, and I'll give them final say on the edit. Like I that's all I want.
That's it.
I mean, I'm gonna make something dope. Hey, you know what I saw in the comments, Jethro?
What's up?
Someone wrote that the best behind the scenes ever are the behind the scenes that are now behind the paywall for Syndicate Crown. And that hurts because I wasn't involved in that one at all. I saw a comment, Stevan, this is your greatest work ever. I'm like, fuck, that was Rios, Will, and Souza.
But they don't do it if you didn't do it.
I'm just so
they got access because you got access.
And you know what? I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but man, they fucking killed it.
You got to talk to Danny at the games.
I got to be careful because I don't want to fuck with her. You know what I mean? I will like I try West Coast Classic. Like I think I gave off the vibe that I wanted to mend fences. And I was close to her a few times. But she didn't reciprocate. I mean, she was not rude to me at all. But
dude, she's not going to say no. She's not going to say no because if she says no, she's going to look like a turd.
I know, but I don't want to here's the thing. I want her to be respectful that it's like it would be so like I sent her a DM. I mean, her DMs are probably crazy, but I sent her a DM to try to get her on the show. I would love to reconcile our differences before the games. I don't want it to be anything. I don't want to be on her mind at the games. Do you know what I mean? Like I want her to feel totally comfortable I don't want any of our drama, if to be.
I think on her game, on her performance.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't want it to be like. I'm not interested in fucking up her shit there. Like
Athlete check-in, athlete the first brief.
Oh.
You throw the camera in her face, you talk to her, doesn't reciprocate. Okay, the next 3 days, I'll leave you alone.
Okay, so or maybe not even with the camera on, be it athlete check-in and just be like, hey Danny, what's up? I'm gonna be doing the behind the scenes. Do you mind if I film with you some throughout the week?
Awesome.
And if she says no, I'm not. If she says no, I'm not interested. Be like, okay, I totally understand.
Yep, that's it. Tried.
Good luck. Good luck.
Is Mariah doing it with you?
I don't know. No, she's not. I haven't talked to her about it. I totally forgot to even talk to her about it.
If it's not Mariah, who's that other person?
Will, Souza, and I think Rios' wife is having a kid, so Rios can't be there. David Weed, dude, she don't give a flying fuck about you. Yeah, I know. That's my point. I don't want her to give a flying fuck about me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to get into her. And I don't want to take up any of her headspace. Like
she might not give a flying fuck about you, but we give a flying fuck about how it goes behind the scenes with her.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would add value to have her, but also if she doesn't, like, I respect that too. Here's the sad part, and I know you know this. All these people who play that game, that's what I meant. Like, I was concerned about Laura a little bit. Like, literally, sports are what have you done for me lately? And there'll be no, like, if you're not in these videos, you will just vanish. You know what I mean?
Like Bethany Ford, like you didn't.
The behind the
talked about it. Like, she's been good.
The behind the scenes is the most relevant and most important. I know it's self-serving to say this, but documentation of the games. It's more important than the actual event as time goes by after the games. So
you understand the value because of the athletes. The athletes need to be put on a pedestal, which is what you do. CrossFit doesn't do it. Dave barely did it with his videos recently. So you got to do it. And that's the only way he's going to get bigger.
Oh, I need to invite Alexis Raptis on the show. That just reminded me. Alexis.
Yes, more Alexis.
Alexis Raptis, Souza. Alexis, can we have you back on the podcast? Right.
P.S. Laura Horvath.
I think I text Laura and called her.
And what'd she say?
Nothing. Nada. Vindicate. I've rewatched behind the scenes numerous times. I've never rewatched an event video.
True. No, I've watched Murph again with Josh. That's the only one.
Oh, by the way, Vindicate's now selling JY Barbell shirts, John Young. And they're cool shirts. And you know who? Oh, I think it closed. You know who was selling jerseys was James Sprague, but I think the window closed for that. All right. How is everything? Are you at the gym 7 days a week?
Yeah. I just got back from there. I've been there for 5 hours now on a Sunday. It's awesome.
You're a good dude.
We had our pool party yesterday. Everyone came down. It's awesome.
Oh, what do you think about Kill Taylor having a pool party? Not a pool party, a pool event.
Fucking dope. Are you gonna really do that? You're gonna have like a Thunderdome style workout with like people doing it and
yes, Paper Street Coffee and the Wadapalooza guys in SoCal and myself, we're teaming up. We're gonna do something fucking live.
Holy
That's
shit.
the plan. I know it's going to be so sick. I can't wait. So we'll have a little card table set up with like a sheet thrown over it, and we'll be sitting there ripping on people as they do the workout live. And each person who doesn't make it, the prize money will double up to $5,000. Cool, right?
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Hell
excited.
yeah.
You think we'll have trouble getting 10 people do it?
Not at the SoCal event.
Okay, good.
You're gonna get too many people.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna see Gabe this week. I'm going to the Broken Science event on Thursday
What's that event?
in New York City.
When is that? God, how come I don't know
Thursday.
about that?
Thursday. Yep. I reached out to Gabe. I got Trish from Babylon going. My training partner's going.
Thursday the what? Is it Thursday
The
the
11th.
of July?
Yeah, Emily's hosting it in Manhattan.
Where's it at?
I don't know, but it's in Manhattan. I didn't even look at the address yet. I'm heading down there. I got people to cover classes. It's gonna be dope.
How come I wasn't invited to that? No one even told me
Because you
about
don't
that.
fly.
Oh,
You gonna fly to New York?
no. I don't know. I
Yeah.
would if Greg invited me and I was going to sit next to him in first class and stay at the Four
That's
Seasons.
not flying, dude. That's not flying.
Stay at the Trump Soho. I mean, I'd go there to see you and Gabe. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Well, yo.
Hey,
if,
dude, I'm flying to Dickies. I'm flying to Dickies, American Airlines.
That's halfway around the country.
Out of San Jose.
Flying out of San Jose to Texas on regular commercial is just like flying to New York with Greg. Distance-wise, comfort-wise.
Are you going to the games?
No.
Oh, okay.
I got the gym.
Yeah.
I got the gym.
Yeah.
I'm going in 2025, though. I already told Julie. I got to go.
Who's Julie? Your wife?
Yes, the missus.
I wonder where the and they'll be in Dickies again. I'm sure they're definitely gonna do more than 1 year. Okay,
It'll be fucking awesome. Yeah, I'll report from the BSI event on Thursday.
okay, yeah, do that. Call in. Oh, wait, call in Friday, and I want to hear about the event. Let me hear. July Friday. Oh, Friday, I have Paige Semenza on. She'll only be on for 45 minutes. Call after that. That'd be awesome. I'd love to hear
cool.
about it.
Yeah, I'll take some pictures. I'll let you know how it goes. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
All right. How many people are going?
I know Karen's going. I know Emily's going. I'm going. At least 4 people are going.
4.
Those are the 4 that I know. Nah, there'll be people there. Oh, Gabe's going. Yeah, there'll be 5.
Is it expensive?
Yeah, 5 guys.
It's very inexpensive. I actually bought the tickets for my friends. So
Okay.
tacos and margaritas, she said.
What? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'll
All
give
right.
a full rundown.
I'm gonna
I'll
go.
take notes.
I'm gonna go play with my drone.
Do we get the 4-hour mark yet, Caleb?
Yep, you hit it.
Nice. Mazel tov.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. Love you guys. Bye, Caleb.
Later, dude.
I should have brought a Fit Aid into the. Hey, are they going to send Fit Aid out to you to your RV?
I don't know. I haven't been able to check my mail. So,
did you give the RV address to
Yeah, I gave it to Sousa. So I'll check tomorrow and see if they delivered anything.
I should have brought a Fit Aid. I should have brought a Fit Aid in here. I'm crashing.
Me too. I'm getting hungry.
I did a trip to Sam's Club, and you all are still on.
I just appreciate that you're in the chat.
Sevon Haley has my address. Oh, for Fit Aid? Oh, text it to me. I'll ask them to send you a case of Fit Aid. Fit Aids are $1 at Vitamin Shop today. Is that true?
Really?
Let me see if that's true. We must fact check that before Pat Lang panics. As I don't see anything regarding that. Fit Aid Vitamin Shop, $1.
Yeah, it is. Buy one, get one.
Oh, it is?
Online, it is.
Wow. Or you can use the QR code.
Yeah. Then
When you guys use the QR code, that basically tells our sponsors that they spent their money well.
Yeah. And it's 40% off like your entire order. So that's cool. Or like however that works.
Tori Beale, yum. This is super random, but what is the book you recommend for first-time parents? Dissolving Illusions. Dissolving Illusions. And
Suzanne
listen
Humphreys?
to what is it?
By Suzanne Humphreys? Is that the one?
Yes. Yep.
The Bible.
Still 164 viewers. I have no idea what that means. Oh, on the show right now? No, 218.
That's across Twitter and YouTube.
223.
Yeah, fuck it. Just wing it. Parenting it's no big deal.
You definitely want to
Do whatever you want.
do a little bit of research.
Nah. Just throw yourself into it.
Definitely want to do a little bit of research.
Definitely listen to the guy that doesn't have any kids.
This is weird. This is a guy who barely speaks English giving a math test. This was a crazy video.
8 times 6.
8 times 6.
Yes, ma'am. 8 times 6, Miss Liz. Huh? 92?
92? Oh, I'm lit.
Liz.
Nah.
What does that mean? I'm lit.
Shit, yeah, I don't know. I don't even. That's so beyond my comprehension of.
He asked her 8 times 6 and she says 92. And then when he questions her answer, her response is I'm lit. Is that an excuse or does that mean you're smart? Oh, it means she's high?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. All right. I'll give her a pass.
Don't treat that as an excuse.
Liz. 3 times 7.
21.
21.
Look at that guy's pants on the left. Look how he's standing. What the fuck are those dudes wearing? I've never answered math questions in high heels from dudes who can barely speak English, but here we go.
That's great.
21?
7 times 3. Okay. We can't do it. 8 times 5. 8 times 5, honey. 8 times 5? Huh? I want you to know this so bad. No, not 8 times. 8 times 5, sweetheart. 40. There we go. 8 times.
Nothing like getting a new member. I know it's a math show. Emma's like, oh, this is a math show. I want to participate. Hi. What are you up to? Oh, okay. My dad's here.
Oh, cool.
Big Jesse Trucking, $4.99. Thank you. Love you guys. Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye.